Guys, you should be able to see my charts. Let me know if you can hear me as well. And because I forgot to flip the live on. I was in here at 7, promise. Let me know if the mic's working because I wasn't watching on the YouTube. I didn't double check. So I was actually just watching you in here, and I'm like, no one's letting me know my mic's working. What's going on? So sorry about that. That is my fault. I accidentally forgot to hit the live. So not quite awake. All right. So I've marked the sevens. I went ahead and took ES on the break of this high, candle close above that high, knowing that I went in light. I took the candle close above that high, knowing that the wick there might be an issue. Okay. So yeah, I did get my coffee and I got some French toast I bought yesterday, which is phenomenal. Some Belgian French toast, real thick. It's got some crystallized, probably sugar on it, but pop it in the oven for a little bit and my coffee. So again, we've got 4-hour zones playing into everything. We what I was talking about was how um, we had Bitcoin roll over. I actually had a line here, but I've taken it off. Um, I had a line here that came into play last night. It's not going to attach very well. Got the super strong magnet on and can't see my crosshairs. So, but it was a retracement line basically on the way up. Uh, yeah, I'm not awake yet. So that line, it broke through that last night at 8 o'clock. Around 8 o'clock, broke and tested it. So there was a trade I took short. 1 hour and 4 hour were red. It retraced back to the zone. That was a valid zone. I believe that was the 4. It's off the course. So that was a good trade. Short, close partial. And you look at that and you're like, you have to close partial. You look at these moves, and there is no way you can get in that trade and uh trading view just logged me out. I had to log back in. So there's no way you could not close partial and make money. I mean, well, you could trail your stop. Those are your only options. You're trailing your stop or you're closing partial and trailing your stop. If not, if you get in that, and it just moves to down and you just pull to break even, you're like, yep, I'm gonna let it ride all night. Then you're not making anything and be stopped out on that. If that's what I did, then I'd be stopped out on that. So the only way you can avoid that is as it moves down, put some limit orders at different levels, and that way while you're sleeping, if you go to bed at that point, then you can pull partial as it goes down automatically. But you have to be careful because your stop does not change. That's the only thing I hate about this is if you're paper trading, it's fine because all your orders are linked together. But if you're trading in a funded account or live, it's not. So what happens is that you could put on 10, close out 8, close out 1, but you've got 10 on your stop. And if it comes back up like this is how people's accounts get blown. While they're sleeping, it comes up and triggers that stop because the orders are offset. So you have to be very, very careful with leaving orders on overnight. But overall, ES had a really nice move up, and of course, gold just down, throughout the night. So they moved nice. Platinum had nice moves. It was just back and forth. It wasn't in one direction. So still nice moves to capitalize on. So I'm going to glance back out at the 4 hour because I went over them already, but we weren't live. So 4 hour on gold. We've got it that I had marked, and then we've got some 4 hour levels. We've got like this level here, which is the inside top of this move. I know the inside top's up here It's these lower wicks, and we've got some other levels. Areas of concern as it's moving. So overall, it's still short. We're still thinking short, but it is at a 4-hour level. So you look at that level and look at how it bounced back here. Well, we may get that same bounce again. We may get it, but on over here, it pushed up through, came down and tested it and bounced. So over here, as it's pulling down, it wouldn't surprise me if it bounces, goes up, and then goes through. Okay, it may just not just shoot through. So we look down at the smaller time frame, and yeah, we're still thinking short. It's just testing a 4-hour level right now. Bitcoin, we've got our levels on it. We've got our all-time high marked. We've got I've left this down trend line on for now. I don't need this one, but left the down trend line on there because it was respected here. So even though it broke it, I'm going to leave it on because it could drop down through and just test the backside. So for me, I would actually love and trade this down if I see bearish confirmation. And I would love to see it go back and test this lower level and test the back because it's testing the back of that trend line too. If it drops down through there today, so don't know if that's what we'll get. Some 4-hour, you look at the size of this distance, and you look back, and yeah, some 4-hour candles are that big. If you took this green candle or this red candle and moved them over here, that's uh, probably not quite the whole move, but a lot of it. So jumping back to a 3, if we're thinking shorts on that right now, we're against that. Okay, it's pulled back up to test the zone. So we can trade it long, but it wouldn't surprise me if it turned into that 4-hour zone. I'll try and leave these where you guys can see the individual markers on there. Platinum, and let me know if when I go over these, if you guys would rather me blow these up, like full screen as I go over these, because this is for you guys. So if you want me to do that, that's fine. Just let me know. Because this is all for you guys as far as what we do here. So I want to make it as I go over stuff easier for you to see, read, look at, whatever. So overall in platinum, I like where it's at. This morning when I come in here at about 10 this red candle, which is the current 4-hour candle, was actually down here, the body of it. So it was all the way red, all the way down that zone. So this is a strong zone that we have. It's just marked off the wick back here is what it was marked off of. And then as you see, this was yesterday, the 10 a.m. candle. We had to move all the way down to the top of that zone. Each of these candles, the next 3, closed, open to close above the zone, but each one wicked down to the bottom of the zone. So purely testing that price level down there. Okay. But they all closed above. So as you look at that, you think, wow, that's looking like it's going to continue to hold up. Then the next candle started green. Okay. And this was last night during the London session. And it popped all the way down through. But then started to move up, went and tested those 2 levels. So if you look at what it did, it went clear up and popped through this 4-hour support resistance level, which is on back here, this high. But then look at where the candle closed. It closed right on that line. Okay. And that's why we mark these levels. So right now we're seeing a bearish move off of that. And then you dial down to the 3-minute. And that's what we had. We had to move off of that level. And down here, our 3-minute. Remember, we still got our 3-minute, which I'm going to leave on the chart that we tested yesterday. So we've had that good move, and we're just pulling off that. So. I'll wait and see if we get a couple more people in here. I don't know how many people we have in here, because there's something else I want to show you guys and go over. It won't interfere with the charting. Yeah, and keep in mind, we don't have news coming out this morning, so we'll still have movement, but it might not be great. And I do not think anyone's taken signals right away, like the 7 a.m. candle, but platinum played out so far, but you'd had to sit through a decent pullback. So if you happen to jump in on that 7 a.m. But if you got in on the 4 hour, it had a good move up before that off the 1. That's further confirmation on the 4 hour that it's going to keep going up. It's had a good, healthy retracement that I would not have wanted to sit through. I'd have been stopped out if I would have got in on that. Well, isn't that nice? I'm looking at ES here. Sorry, I still have it on a 4 hour. Just trying to look at something on it. So I'm going to pop ES back on a 4 here. And that's what I was looking at right there. So on ES, we've got lower highs, right? We have a high here, which was our all-time high. Came down, we had a lower high, and then I'm looking at these two lows, and this is on the 4-hour chart. We had a low down here, which was breached just below our 4-hour zone, right? The candles turned about the halfway point of the zone, and then we just fell off of this high and tested the zone. Good green candles up. So marking those two levels, it could just get tight in here on the 4-hour. We might see it, and we don't have news today. So if it keeps going up, it wouldn't surprise me if it turns shy of the yellow zone, turns at that red line. So that's what I'd be watching for. So if you do get in it long, because everything is green, I'm in it long. I just got in it with lower contract size because of this high in here. So again, it's that red line up there that it may stop at. So, yeah, just be aware of that. That's why we mark this stuff up. Yeah, that inside top as well. If you come back out to the 4 hour and mark the inside top there of this turn, it's a big candle. If you're marking the inside of a 4 hour inside top, it's there. So that would be a valid level. And if you look at all these candles opening and closing and wicking right to that point, you know, after it pulled down and this red candle closed below that inside top, well, then you look at the next candle, green, wicked up to test it. That red one, you know, opened and closed below it. But then this candle wicked up to test it. Even this candle, which is way down here, wicked up to test that. So at one point, it was a bullish candle. It was green while that 4 hour form and test that inside top. So always be aware of those. So that's our, you know, like your pre-setup before the market opens. So that level is, that price point is 87.25. 6087.25 is that inside top mark. And I guess I should put 4 hour on that, because I don't want that to be confused with like a 1 hour inside top. So that should give you, you know, again, if it goes up and you're in it, then that'll give you an idea of where it might stall out, is at that inside top. And then we've got, if it happens to go through that, then we have that down trend line. So these are areas of interest where the price matters. You know, it may turn at those levels. It may turn completely, or it may just stall and do like a stop and go. And of course, I got in on that green candle right there. You know, this little 3-minute green candle closed above. I knew it would have issues with the high, or expected it could. And sure enough, it has. So far it's stalled on me. This is why we haven't taken Bitcoin yet. Just need to wait for a setup on it. Yeah, I got in platinum too. I'm sure MC got in at a better price than I did. I'm gonna we got about a minute left, so here's my platinum trade. So I did get in it. I did MC notice I accidentally placed just one, so I slapped the button again. I had a one in here, so I bought one, and then immediately I'm like, I need another, so I put two on. In this small account, remember I'm in one of Tyler's small ones, so I am going to close one because in his I'm looking for 100 per. I'm locking in 100 on the partial on platinum. That's so it hit 200, so I closed one, and I'm going to move this stop up. So I'm going to tighten the stop up. So right now, if I leave my stop there, I will lose some back off the 100, but that's the thing. I'm just tightening it up so I don't lose as much. So if you're not sure how much that is, you can always take the ruler tool from where you're in and go up here like this, and we'll see 9. We're up 95. It's 95 right there, and measure down, and you can calculate how far. Not from that. I'm sorry. Pick where you're in. I forgot the magnet tool's on. So come up here. It's 21. We're up 100. You can measure down if you're not sure how much you're getting per tick, and then you can measure down and calculate from the difference. You're up 100, and it's at 22. You can adjust down, and that's 4. So, but ultimately, I've cut my risk down on it. So I did get in with 2. Well, actually, I took 1 and had to slap another on. Because immediately when I put that 1 on, I was like, oops. Can't close partial with 1. I'm also in the British pound, and the Australian dollar. I'm in a few things currency on this account. So far, that's been the first trade of the day that's panned out. ES trade really hasn't. It's starting to move now. So right now I'm in the positive. It only has 4 contracts on. So that's going to have to give me a decent move before it amounts to anything. Right now it's up $250 a contract. It hardly seems worth sitting there trading that one. I may have to take over I took one account over for Tyler, or one, and traded it and passed it. Now I'm trading as PA. I may have to take the other over. I've been going to his room every night when he's in there, when I have time. And last night he was on the phone with somebody. Beth said it was a girl he's talking to, because he broke up with his girlfriend a while back, a couple months ago. And I was like, boot your computer up so I can get in there and see what's going on while you can't trade. And because it was with that first eval account that I took over 2 days ago, that he was like, I placed a trade, I'm getting dinged $8, but the trade doesn't show up. So I was like, okay, I'll log in and see. And it's trading fine. So I don't know what it is. Something with this way, something set up on his computer. I have no idea. But he's failed to let me in there every night. So last night I went again, and he's like, I'm busy. I'm like, I see you're talking to someone. Just open it up, log it in, and get out of the room and go talk somewhere else and all. I'm busy. Can't you do it later? I said, right now, this is my time. I can do it. It was like, what time was it? It was like 6 o'clock, something. And he goes, well, I know you'll be up later. I said, yeah, I will. But, we're going to have dinner and watch a movie. And I said, right now I'm available. And he just doesn't understand that. So, because in his mind, he's like, well, you'll be up till 10 or 11 or 12, so you can come in then. And it's like, I don't want to mess with it at that time. That's what I keep telling him. Like, no, at that time, I don't want to come in and try and solve your computer issues at 10, 11, or 12 o'clock. By then I'm in my resting state, if you want to call it that. So, I don't know. Sent him a text last night because I don't have his Apex account on here. I'm making sure to keep those separate. I don't know if, because he has his own account. So I told him, I said, log in and find out when those monthly payments are due, because I absolutely hate monthly payments for anything. I said, find out when the next monthly payments are on those, because I will not pay them. I said, you have to pass them by then and get your PA. So I may have to take that one over too. I don't know. We'll see. Because that means he hasn't been trading for a week or week and a couple of days. All right, so platinum's still up a little bit. Oh, I didn't mark my trade, did I? The stop was originally, I got to turn the magnet off. Stop was originally down in there, I think. I'd have to look back at my screenshot. I think it was like that. So it hit the 1-to-1. I closed one. And my stop's shy. I wonder if I should have just probably moved it halfway. Stick to the rules, Butch, right? My British trade, the pound, I'm in the pound. It's not up a lot. I know you guys can't see that one. I went with a tight stop on it. Let's see, I want to move that to, let's do gold. Platinum is back down to my trend line. Just a small one I drew from those lows. Oh, guys, I am sorry. That's not what we want. So you guys got to keep me in line. Let me know that I got an indicator shut off. I didn't even notice I had the 15-minute one shut off. Sorry about that. It's like I need to get up about a half hour earlier to make sure I have my coffee and actually wake up. So Bitcoin's 1 hour, went red, basically off of the move down. And this is how you guys know that I always talk about I need bearish structure to build. I know you guys have heard me say that before, where it's green, we're long, right? It's green, we're long, it's going up. I don't just take like the start of a couple red candles come. I look for bearish structure to build before I know that it's pulling down. Well, that means I give up some. So if I was in this long, say 15 or 1 hour turn and long, Well, then, and if I happen to write all that out, or just say it's a good up move, you're in it. You're in it and you're going to stay in it long. But if bearish structure builds up, then you're out. Okay. So yes, you're going to give some back on your runner, unfortunately, if you wait for that confirmation that it's built up. And some of the things we look for is, and I'm up on Bitcoin, is we look for it to come break a previous low, right? Because we would be marking lows on the way up. And if you're marking lows if you're not marking lows on the way up, you might not actually pay attention to the fact that when it pulled down here, it broke that low. That's why I suggest doing it. So just you get in the habit of, as you're trading, you will end up with a ton of stuff on your charts. You're going to end up with a ton of lines on your charts. You just got to delete them out at the end of the day. So, but if you mark the lows every time it pulls up and back, then what happens is, again, when you see this pull down, you notice what's going on. You notice if you had that line on the chart, if you mark that low, then as it pulled down, you notice it's doing what? Well, it broke that low. So it's formed a lower low. Technically, as soon as it starts pulling through that low or closes on the other side of that low, it is formed a lower low. It could go deeper, but it is definitely past that. So it's formed a lower low and is in the process of, it could go deeper and push that low down. So it pulled back up and then pulled down to make a lower low. So since it pulled down here, making a lower low, you look back and say, okay, that high was a lower high, than this one. So you're like, okay, this is a lower low than this one. This is a lower high than this one. We just formed a lower low, pull back entry, and we'd expect a push to do what? Form another lower low. Now, that's traditional trading. Of course, if you're using just signals, you're going to wait and you wouldn't get in until that. So you can still get in a little earlier by using the charting technique. So that's not something we totally abandon. And overall, if you look at the 15-minute triangles, it's printing more at the top, more triangles at the top than at the bottom. So we have selling pressure, right? We have more selling pressure because we're printing more candles at the top. Down here, we had more buying pressure, which was in sync with the 1 hour and 4 hour. So more triangles on the bottom, more green triangles, there's more buying pressure. More red triangles, there's more pressure for it to go down. So this could pull deeper. And let's see. The pound, I was up a little bit and it pulled back. Still in platinum. I did move my stop to the halfway. I was like, nope, that's too tight. So I'm probably going to get stopped down. The halfway. I don't know. We'll see what happens here. So I got closed one at 1-to-1, and then my stop's at halfway. So it's not going to be a huge trade. So I closed out the 1-to-1, which was $100. I moved my stop to the 50% level, which means I'll lose back 50. So it's going to be like a $50 trade. Not in gold, Bitcoin. And I'm not even looking at oil right now. Maybe I should be. Oh, it's yeah. Oil has some nice moves in it right there. Something I'm gonna have to figure out and do Let's see. I need to check something here real quick. Across the board. And I'll have to figure out how to do this. You guys are getting the signals you're watching here. Unfortunately, I can't log into two tabs with the same broker. I can log into this tab with a different broker. But with Tradeovate, on my six screen tab or 6 chart tab, that's the signals you guys are getting signaled off of. The ones that go out through Discord right now. It's off the Tradeovate data feed. The one I'm trading on my 6 charts. Since I can't log in to Tradeovate on this tab as well. So I've got basically right here, I've got 2 windows open, this window and then the window I'm trading on. The window I'm trading on, 6 charts, Tradeovate. The window you guys are watching is 4 charts. It's through the paper, the sim data coming in, because I can't log into Tradeovate on both. It will not let you. I don't want to replay. But if I come in here and I don't know if you guys have tried this or not. If I hit Tradeovate, that's the error you get. You cannot log into the same broker on 2 windows. Don't ask me why. I think it's totally stupid, but whatever. The part of the reason why, and I think the most, is that Tradeovate sucks the life out of you. And it's built to drain your wallet, I think, because they absolutely charge for everything under the sun. So that's why when they have that Black Friday sale, which they just had, is the best time to buy for like a full year, any account. I mean, because the Pro was $216 for the whole year, or the premium. The premium was like $216, and the Pro was, or vice versa. What is it? Plus and Pro, plus and premium, something like that. So I think it's plus. Plus was $216 for a year. Premium was $217 for a year, $1 more. So it doesn't make sense not to if you're buying the plus. So I went ahead and got, like Tyler, the essential for the year. And then, of course, I've been on the premium because it's just cheap to buy for the year. So you're not getting the exact same feed is what I'm getting to on the paper. So what that means is this right here, which I'm going to show you. There's oil. And oil for you guys, it looks like it's just switching. Don't get mad at me, but here's what it looks like on mine. Again, it's a different data feed. So it basically around that 7 a.m. mark, and you'd want to trade at 7:03, 7:06. We're not getting in right at 7 because the 7 a.m. candle starts. So if you're getting in right at 7, you might not see that it's red yet because that candle has to close. So, but overall, that would have been a great entry, great trade. Your stop would have needed to be way up here, or some people might go halfway using the current swing, and say, okay, well, I'm just going to go a few back. But overall, if you're keeping it out of the way, you're going to go something like that. So it did hit 1-to-1, but I just wanted to show you the difference. So trying to figure out how to do that. And what I'll probably do is I can't do it through Tradeovate. So I'll have to have one of my other live accounts logged in. And I need to make sure the same data is synced up and that keeps in line. Yeah. Well, everything else is the same, MC. And that's why we're going through testing phase, but that's also I'm keeping a very close eye on all of that. So like right now in gold, you guys have one green right here on the 1 hour. I do too. It's the same. And let's see. So that's been the only different one is the yeah. So even Bitcoin, you've got on the 1 hour, you've got it turning green on this candle, and I've got the same thing. So this 1 hour has to close. That was just green a second ago. So once this candle closes, that's when we're going to see if that's green or red. But I'm seeing the exact same thing. So across the board on everything else, it is exactly the same. It was just on that one oil, and yeah. So that's going to bug me the rest of the day. So I'm going to have to dig into that. There we go. Getting a pop NES. I never did put my trade on that one. Remember I told you I put like 2? I went the wrong way with the tool. So not that much. I only put 4 on this thing on ES. Trading with the trend. I'm going to drag this over and show you the whole thing real quick. We got 1 minute left. So there's ES. Overall, you know, we've had a bullish move. We've had the 1 hour green, the 4 hour green. It moved up. And that's the one I said moved up very nice throughout the night while we were sleeping. And then it just stopped like it hit a brick wall, right? Stop, move sideways. I jumped in right there. So I need to actually drag my position tool back to where I actually got in. So I got in on that green candle right there. So that's where I jumped in. Why did I jump in there? I jumped in because it closed above these candle bodies. So it closed above those candle bodies. And that's why I jumped in. And I also had this marked because I knew those wicks could cause an issue, or that wick could be, it was a price concern, right? That it may not blow through it. And it didn't. It sat there for what seemed like forever and even pulled back in the negative for a while. And it just hit 2 to 1. And what I wanted to do was close out 2, but we get to talking, and that's fine. So if it pops back up there to the 2 to 1, I'll close. I am going to move my stop. It won't let me set it right on the 50%. So I'm going to go 1 back, and I'll mark my stop on there. So that's how that it finally popped. Middle of the X is my stop. It won't let me put it right on the halfway point. As I move it up and down, it's going either up above or down below it. So I'll keep it below. I'll give it the extra room. So right now, that's what I'm waiting on, that is to push back up. So it happened so quick. I wanted to get it over, show you guys where it was at. So I've got 4 on that. If it gets back up, or I'll close 3. It's going to be a very small trade. I mean, it's only up like $35 right now. And I don't even know if I want to close any. Kind of just want to move my stop. If it gets back up to 3, I have to decide if I want to close 3, see profit, take profit, close them off, or if I just want to move my stop to break even. And then when it gets to like level 4, maybe close them out. It's just such a small amount. So we need to keep an eye on that. On your no, all these are refreshed, Mark. It doesn't do that. It's not a repaint issue or anything like that. And I refresh every morning. At 6:50, everything was shut down. I shut down TradingView completely and reopen it. And I even take screenshots. So I'll take a screenshot of my 6, shut it down, restart it, take another screenshot, and I compare them. So that hasn't been an issue. That's purely data feed difference. You don't get the same data across all brokers. That's why sometimes you'll see screenshots. Someone will post their gold, someone else posts their gold, and you'll see some of the highs and lows are different. Not much. Sometimes they're very, very close. Sometimes they're exact. Sometimes they're just a little off. What's that, MC? Is the data different on something like that? So I know nobody is probably trading Forex. I don't know if any of you have been, but I do. I don't get up as much anymore like I used to third shift or whatever you want to call it, London session, like I used to. You just don't get any sleep. So we had at 2 p.m. last night, we had the GBP news on the British pound, and this is what it did. So huge drop. So on a 3-minute, I'd be down on a 1 before news. And that's the move overall. So big, huge candle drop, held for a while, and then finally pushed down some more. But after that, it totally, completely has pulled, where am I at? All the way back up. So I'm in it long right now on that. Well, one, I was asleep during all this, and I did not trade this. But that's the move off the news. So you get good, huge candles off the news. And you guys know I traded the Australian dollar twice this week. I love trading that one, and that's during the Asian session. So I'm awake for that. I don't have to get up for this. I'd have to get up for this. So this is what I'm in right now on the pound, and I'm in very, very light because I'm on his account, but 2, on the pay. Yeah. Okay. So far, and it's pulled back, and I get on that pullback entry. So right now it's okay. It hit, it's almost up near that 2 to 1, but I've got nothing to close on it. I've only put 1. And in fact, I'm going to move my stop to the halfway point on that one. But I just wanted to show you the large move off the news. You guys know that's the way news works. You'll get large moves off of it. So you don't necessarily have to trade the news. I would have rather traded that and been in before. I was trying to get in, like an hour, a half hour before news. So like, what was it? Monday night on Australian news, the Monday night came out at 10:30. And I was in it at 7:36, I think it was, when I got in on the Aussie. And I got in short. So I was in it well before news. So your broker can't call that a news trade. I got in at 7:36. The news was at 10:30. It's 3 hours before. So they cannot call it a news trade for you. Yeah, definitely on the paper. Yeah, the paper trade and the live data are different. Yeah, so you're going to get that, and that's what I'm getting here. So, but that's the only one that's been different so far, because trust me, I'm keeping a close eye on it and have been. I have not had, so out of all the instruments you guys are watching, the 4, that data has never been different than on my 6 chart, the trade of 8 feet. On these 4 charts, it has stayed the same the whole entire 3 weeks we've been running this, which is good. That's what I want to see. I don't, oil was off today, but that's the first one that's been off at all. I wish I would have taken the entry in oil. It's at a 4-hour line right now, but it's just 2 to 1. It's just moving really nicely. You still on platinum, MC? Yeah, gold I'm not in at all right now. So we, peaked out at the 4-hour this morning. And so far, our bias is still short because that's the way it's moving. And that we just have a cautionary zone right here that it's at, which is right here. If you look to the left, this swing down and bounce, that's right at the top of this zone. So when we go down to look at the lower time frames, we just see that bearish move down. So to trade long, we'd be trading a retracement, trading against that. So right now, I have to keep with that bearish. We have bearish structure, we have bearish move, and then we just have this yellow zone down here. So if it goes up here on the 3-minute and forms a higher low, well, then we have bullish structure setting up. And of course, the 1 hour. So if I'm going to trade with that, if we start getting a bounce, we have bullish structure setting up. We have the 1 hour green. We get the 15-minute green again. Well, then I could go long. I would just less contracts because, like I said, the longer time frame's been bearish. So less contracts. And then you could build into that position. So I'd go in lightly, and then if it keeps going up and the 4-hour turns, well, then you can add into your position once the 4-hour turns green. Because until the 4-hour turns green, we have to assume that we're just trading a pullback, off the higher time frame. That would be my take on gold right now. All right, so I got stopped out on my runner on platinum. So that was at a 1-to-1 closed one and half loss on the second. So it's right under that 4-hour SR level right now. I keep toggling off there because I was finishing my waffles and didn't want you guys to have to watch me eat. So I'll be looking for another entry on that. And we'll see how, for me, I like leaving my position till up there, even though the trade's off the table, and seeing what it does. Do we get a bounce here? Do I enter? Does the 15-minute go green again? We get back in. Does it ever go below my stop level here where my original stop was? If it goes up and blasts through this high, and that's what we see the rest of the day, well, then I know that I should not have moved my stop to the halfway point, and I would have still been in it. So if I'd have just gave it that little extra room, that depends on how it pans out. But if it does turn and go up, again, then you'd say, okay, if I wouldn't have moved my stop to halfway, then I still would have been in. If I just would have left it where it was, gave it that extra room. However, if that's the case, and the other thing I'm looking at is not only that. So if that's the case, I'm saying, okay, if platinum goes up from here, blasts through this high, and it hits, 2-to-1 on our target, we move stop to break even, all that. That's what I'm watching to see. So if that's the case and what it does, we'd say, okay, well, I should have left my stop at out here where it was originally. On the reverse side of that, I have to say right now, okay, I'm looking to see if I could have stayed in the trade if I had my stop here. What I'm watching for also is not only to see that, but right here, what it's doing right now. It just stopped me out. So as you look at this, don't just look at, the one side. You're looking at both. You have to, as you analyze these trades and look back and journal your trades, you have to look at both. And on this trade right now, as it sits, because it just pulled back, I'm glad I moved my stop to the halfway point, right? I got 1-to-1 on one, and then on the other, I took a half loss. So overall, a profitable trade. Only because I was willing to move my stop to the halfway point. If I would have left my stop where it was, I would have just got stopped out 1-to-1, right? We hit one time our risk level, closed out one, I would have got stopped out on a full loss. So it would have been a break-even trade overall. So even though it's a small gain, it's still a winning trade for the day. But that's only because I moved my stop loss. So you have to look at both. So looking at both, we did not get it to find ground here and go up. Of course, it was below the 4-hour zone or support resistance level. So overall, it was a good thing that I moved my stop to the halfway point. I lowered my exposure, and that turned into a profitable trade. It was a profitable trade only because I moved my stop. It wasn't a profitable trade. Well, it was a profitable trade, two reasons. One, I closed out half, and then two, because I moved my stop. But if we would not have implemented that, moving the stop to halfway, this would have been a break-even trade. So you sit there for the whole however many candles that is. What was this? 7:36. So not quite half an hour, about 40 minutes, and I would have been stopped out. So those are the ones you hate, where you get in a trade, and it goes in the positive, you're up, 100, 200, 300, 5, whatever. And then you turn around and 40 minutes later, it's hit your stop and you've not locked anything in. That's why we close partials. I got tired of seeing that a long time ago. Getting in on good entries and being up $300 or $400 or $500 and only to come back and get stopped out, $200, $300, $400 in the negative. So that's where the closed partials, at least I was going to say, that's where the closed partials were born. That's when I started doing them, at least. That pound trade I'm out of, as it pulled back. I am, right now I'm flat. I'm not in anything. Oh no, sorry, I'm in ES still. As I'm looking around my chart. So it did hit that. Remember, it went up and hit that 3-to-1 or 2-to-1. I'm still waiting on it to climb up there. So nothing major. We're starting to print a new candle now. We just had one close. MC, did you short platinum? I thought about it because it was at a 4-hour zone, and I would have just been trading with only the 15-minute confirmation. Because the 15 minutes print red triangles, that would have been my only. Well, there's two confirmations for me on the short. One would be 15-minute candles print. The other would be this uptrend line I drew. It broke it, pulled back up to test the backside, red candle short. That would be a typical traditional entry on it. And the 15-minute was red up until that. And then we've got our 4-hour that it was messing around with. So closed and tested the 4-hour. But that's trading against the 1 and the 4. So it would have been a riskier trade, riskier entry. So we got 5 minutes before things typically start moving in the Forex market. So there's the ES trade. I'm still up and in it. I had moved my stop when I need to start marking those where I moved them. Remember, I moved my stop after that move up there and pulled back. So when it hit the 2-to-1 level, I wasn't quick enough to pull out partial. Because I only put 4 on, but that's where I would have wanted to close partial. So since I missed that, it whipped up, whipped back really quick. And I didn't even have my partial, so I would want to put 3 in there. Have 4 on, close out 3. I wasn't set up and ready, to go hit that. Because if I would have hit sell, it would have closed out all 4. So it whipped up, hit 2-to-1, pulled back, and I'm waiting. I want it to get back up there. So when it goes back up and gets near the 2-to-1 level, that's when I'll close out the 3 on it. Now next week I'll do the Australian trades this week. Then I had a Euro trade. Those are in my one of my large accounts. And then a lot of times in MetaTrader. And then in here, I'm typically trading in that larger account on Tradeovate. So I've got to do a mix because I'm not, I didn't expect much moves today. So I'm only trading in his little account. And that's it. I'm not bouncing back and forth. But I do have Tradeovate open in case I see a good setup. And I can trade the other ones on Tradeovate. I don't like trading through Tradeovate. It's easy to use. You can't do chart markups are horrible. It just doesn't have all the same tools. And looking at ES, Nasdaq is it's hanging up there just like ES. So their moves are kind of mirrored, except ES is more sideways at times, where Nasdaq doesn't take that big of a break. Russell's trending down with highs and lows, and so is the Dow. I'm not watching all those. I'm only watching ES because that's the only one I'm trading. So platinum is back at the, remember that's a 4-hour level. No, I just moved the platinum chart. You'd think when I hit 4-hour it was there. So keep in mind platinum's back down to that green zone right there that it has wicked to the bottom of and even beyond. So that's where it's what it's messing with right now. It's back into that zone. So it might create a buying opportunity. Nice red candles on platinum, so I don't enter long on a red candle. Kind of waiting. See if we get a bounce here. Would have a trend line down across those. Ultimately waiting for what? Waiting for it to see if it tracks over that downtrend line, breaks that downtrend line, tests that downtrend line along with, if it breaks through. So if I'm looking to think, okay, is this going to, because if it does do all that, whatever it does in here, I don't know what it'll do. But ultimately, if it breaks through that downtrend line and tests this zone, and it could test it here, or it could test it in the middle point, or it could test it back at the low, any of those, then I'm going to look to take it long. But I need bearish structures set up. We have the 1 hour and 4 hour green, so I'd want to see some sort of structure build up on that. And I don't know, when you I'm not trying to predict how it's going to move. I'm just going through in my mind going, what could happen from here? I mean, it could go up to test that line, test this again, and then break, but ultimately you're looking for something like that to set up before you would trade it, long. So as of right now, we have to say it's bearish, it's moving down. I'm not doing long until it's done with whatever it's going to do here. Like I said, I'm the 1 hours might switch, or this might switch. We're not due for a 1 hour candle for about 29 minutes, but this still may switch to red ahead of time because we've had a good move down. So I've missed that. That's why I mentioned typically we're looking for that trend line to break and all. But and if you would have taken a short in here, trend line break, trend line test and all, you just know it might be short-lived because the 1 hour and 4 hour green. So you just go in light, which there is no such thing as light on platinum. I guess there is. It's just one contract. So it would have been a good trade to work out, but you just have to be a little cautious because the 1 hour and 4 hour. So we know we're at a 4 hour zone. We know it's testing the bottom of the 4 hour zone, right? Did you guys see that stuff I drew on there? Oh, you saw it after I clicked it. Okay. I'm over here, got my chart full blown up drawing. So right now, again, it's down into that testing the bottom of that. And remember this right here, what it's shooting to now, this move down right here and back up, that is a wick on the 4 hour. That whole move is just a wick on the 4 hour time frame. That's all it is. And some people will call that, they'll call it like a false breakout. It's not. It's just the candle moved past. It's a 4 hour candle that just wait for the larger time frame to confirm what you're seeing. So yeah, I'm drawing a couple lines on that. So right now I just drew 2 lines on platinum. This line here and then this line right here. So what those are is this line right here is the opening price of a 4 hour candle. So it opened, it went up, created a high at one point here, went all the way down here, created a low, went all the way back up, broke the high, and then pulled back here. So how that 4 hour candle looks is the body of the candle is here, the opening, the closing of the body is here, and then you have a small wick up above, and you have this large wick down here, from that move. That's how the whole 4 hour candle looks. So we can draw a more aggressive downtrend line as well. From that low to that low. And we got to look to see if that gets broke. So that's our steeper downtrend line. If it breaks that, then it's going to go out to the other one. And then, so right now the only thing is that the 1 hour's flipping colors. And that's because of the move we've had. So good move on it, but not in it. Gold's gone back red. It just flipped back the last candle. So you got on it 15-1 and 4 red. All clear for takeoff. The only thing with gold is that zone right below it. Again, it pop back out periodically to the 4 hour. See where that zone was from. For those of you focused on one instrument, you can always have like 2 or 4 charts up. I know it depends on your package you bought from TradingView. Like Essential, you can only go with 2 charts. So that's why we got Essential. Tyler's on Essential because he wanted to do gold and Bitcoin. I won't let him look at any more than 2 at one time right now. He's just still real new. But you can take and have one chart, your 3 minute, and then the other chart an hour, 15 or 4 hour. I don't want to switch these on you guys. I can't remember what. One of my chart setups is the pound. Or gold, I mean. Where I've got 4 charts and they're synced. So you got your 3 minute, 15, 1 hour, and 4 hour. and you can watch them all together. But since I try and trade more instruments, and that's how I used to have them set up when I was trading like just one. I would have, did you hit your level 2? Yeah, I didn't get in on that. Used to have 4 charts set up like that, but it was, for me, it was the 15, 1 hour, 4 hour, and daily. And then when I jumped down to the lower time frame, for me, it was a 5 minute to get in. So then it was 5 minute, 15, 1 hour, and 4. Watching all 4 of them at the same time. So you keep an eye on what's going on the higher time frames. And then eventually I just dialed down to where I'm trading more instruments, have them all like this. But then I'm marking up lines and labeling like 4 hour support resistance and the zones, that type. So I know those are from the 4 hour time frame. So I don't really have to look. But then you can still take a peek out, and adjust your chart out to the 4 hour or 1 hour, and just kind of remind yourself overall what it looks like on the higher time frames. Yeah, I was glad that I remembered to put 2 on platinum, because if I would have only put the 1 on platinum this morning and it went up to 1-to-1, I would have moved my stop halfway and I would have been stopped out at a half loss. So that would have been a losing trade for me this morning. And a half loss losing trade, I'll take those over a full loss. But, luckily when I placed the 1, I'm like, nope, I got to put 2 on. And I just clicked the button again and put 2 on. So I could make sure to close partial. My ES has come all the way back down to my entry price. This is my trade on ES. So I did not close any out. It kind of peaked up toward back up to the 2-to-1. I was waiting on it to get all the way up there so I could close out partial, and it did not get there. So as of now, I'm still in with, it's just 4 contracts, so nothing major. And I did adjust to a half loss, or right there, it's just below, because it wouldn't let me tick it right up to the half loss line. Did anyone get in short gold? I did get in light, but like I said, that 4 hour zone right there is, because we are right there at this swing right here. So this trade may not play out because of that. I'd love to see it pop and run, but and remember, we had no news for the U.S. session today. So without the news, we don't typically get volume trading. So we don't have that volume. We don't have that volatility that leads to that momentum that gives us our movement we need to profit. Because if we take a trade and there's no movement and it just sits sideways, that's what we're sitting through all day. So when there's no news, I don't expect good, great moves, great things, movements in one direction or not. So I know it's going to be a little rougher trading. And we've had that 3 days this week. So Monday, Tuesday, and today. So if you want to plan your week, look ahead. If I wasn't doing this in the mornings, let's talk about that a little bit. So I'm going to slide the calendar on chart. We got about 2 minutes, a little less. So here was this week's news. Again, nothing Monday. Well, we had the Australian dollar cash rate 10:30 p.m. That I traded that, right? We didn't really get much during the day. I'm okay with that because I traded this rate news that come out at 10:30 p.m. on Monday. Huge trade, great trade on that across 2 different accounts, the Forex.com account and then my TradeAvate account. So did very well on Monday because I traded this, because news came out. This is the one I got in at 7:30. I was already at a point where I was in profit before news came out. And then news pushed it further in my direction. Okay. It's not the news pushing it, but it's the volume from the traders stepping in off the news. So great trade. Tuesday, no news. So we don't expect much. No news for the U.S. session. We had okay moves, CPI, PPI. We expect those, so this week we had that, PPI yesterday. Wednesday we had CPI. We expect movement. I also traded the Canadian dollar on Wednesday because there was news. Did not trade Swiss. I haven't traded the Swiss in years, the Swissy. And then, where was it? Wednesday was also the other Australian news day, and that was the employment change. 7:30, I knew when to be there. I knew what I was trading. I knew what I was last week that those 2 Australian dollar news releases were coming out. I think we just printed another candle, guys. Yeah. So there's what your signals look like. Everything's still the same. Platinum's wanting to turn the 4-hour over. So that 4-hour candle doesn't form, or this 4-hour candle does not close for another hour and 15 minutes. However, it's wanting to flip to red. So we may see that. So I knew when to be at the computer. I knew when to, when I was going to trade today. So if I wasn't in here with you guys in the morning like this, I would have traded that. If you look at Friday, the only thing on there was the pound, the news for the British pound. Okay. The GDP. So if you don't know what it is, click on the folder. I'm not going to go over all that. There's plenty of information. You can open up these folders and read what the releases are. And then you guys know I recommend going on replay on TradingView, going back to November 15th. Punch in November 15th noon, not 8:30 when the release, or 2 a.m. when the release, but punch in November 15th and you would go like 4 a.m. About 2 hours after the release, and then take a screenshot. Look and see what in this case, it'd be the pound, what it did an hour before the news and what it did 2 hours after news. Take a screenshot, put it in your folder, and then go from there. And you should have folders set up for each release because this is what moves the market. So looking ahead, we can look at next week. So we'll go ahead and look at next week. You can adjust this filter however you want. You can come in and click none, and then you only want to be aware of U.S. news releases. There you are. And they're going to be in the morning or afternoon if it involves FOMC. So Monday, we have flash news coming out at 9:45. Tuesday, you got retail sales coming out at 8:30. Also, Fed funds rate at 2. You need to be aware of where that's coming out. We're getting moving gold. I'm watching it on the side. So we got that further push. Let me take that off for a minute. So did anybody else take gold? I think a couple people took it. I went ahead and took it. I considered it a riskier trade. There's mine. I considered it a riskier trade because that 4-hour zone. So I went in light with 5. It's up 100. This is Tyler's small little 25K PA. So I'm going to close out. I'm only going to close out 3. I'm going to leave my stop where it is and just adjust it down. On this one, I'm not going to move my stop tight. But I full well know that that zone may hold up. It may not go further. And I need to check. Because the other trade I'm in, I'm still in the ES. It's monkeying around, so it pulled back. So far, that's been a positive trade. If it stops me out on the 2 runners, it'll still be a positive trade overall. So we're getting that, and the platinum is kind of playing around with that steep trend line. And don't forget, it could drop steeper. So what I would do is definitely put a line down here and remember what that is. So that line right there, if we peeked out the 4-hour, that is our 4-hour lower wick. 4-hour wick low. So that's our 4-hour wick low is what I want to be aware of. I'm not going to mark an inside, inside bottom there would be in here in this level. That if it comes down and starts turning before it hits that line, that would be why. So that's what I'm looking for. If it blows through that, because right now though, 1 hour and 4-hour are showing red. So you got 2 on. Yeah, Max is in. Did you put any more? Or did you just put 2 on? Yeah, I went in cautious on that with 5 on his. Because this is a really small, it's the 25K account. So it's a very small account. So, and with these prop firms, you got to watch your drawdown, your trailing threshold. You have to trade you definitely have to close partials and move stops. So right now, gold's doing good. We'd like to see it push through that level, peaking out at the 4-hour. Sorry, MC, I moved your platinum. We know that if it can get through this level, we've got a couple 4-hour support resistance in a zone down there. I don't expect much today. I expected more sideways movement than anything, which is what we've gotten. All right, so back to news. So there's U.S. news for next week. Again, Tuesday, we've got retail sales. Wednesday, we have nothing at 8:30 in the morning. So what are we going to expect at 8:30 in the morning on Wednesday? So Monday, we've got flash sales at 9:45. We might not get much movement until 9:45. And then we'll get a kick, a bump, a burst, whatever you want to call it. We'll get a kick one way or another. It might turn all the way around, and then things will settle and we'll get movement. Okay. 8:30, retail sales Tuesday. We're going to get movement. Wednesday, again, there is nothing at 8:30. So in the morning, I don't expect great moves. I would expect it to possibly be choppy. Okay. This is kind of like what should go through your head trying to plan for the week. What could happen? Do I even want to trade Wednesday morning? Or would I rather wait and catch the wave of the Fed funds rate, at 2 in the afternoon? Okay. Or you stay out of that. Maybe you want to trade Wednesday morning when we don't have the news volatility, and then stay out in the afternoon. And then Thursday, we got the GDP numbers, okay, which is the same that came out on the pound last night, right? And we had a good movement on it. You should know with the unemployment claims what these things do. So again, open this up, look out at the previous. There's no reason why you shouldn't be prepared. We've got a week ahead of time. So if you've never looked out at the news, come in, retail sales here, open it up, go back and look. Go November 15th. Don't look at 8:30. Dial back the time. Dial back like 11 a.m. So on replay and TradingView, search the date November 15th, 11 a.m. You're going to look at what happens on the instrument you trade an hour before, at least an hour. So, or that 7 a.m. mark, what we sit down to trade. Look at 7 a.m. to 11. Take a picture of the chart, save it. Go back to October 15th, September 5th or 17th, and August 15th. Go back to those days and look. But now you're prepared. So for me, though, also, I will come in and I'm looking at, I'll click on Swiss, but I haven't traded in years. I pretty much have all selected when there. But if I only wanted to look and see when Australian news comes out, I can click that. Only red folder news on Australian dollar. We've got none next week. Guess what? I'm not going to look to trade next week. The Australian dollar. Canadian dollar. It comes out when their morning starts with us. So if I trade the Canadian dollar, I've never traded it on, I don't think, on this platform, TradingView, on this broker. So it gets traded on my phone. So it's something I have to do kind of ahead of time and get into trades, because then I'm down on this one. But I can plan for that. So for me, again, when I go into filters, I have them all turned on. Really, this one you could click off. But I have every news release on, red folder only. So I'm looking at the huge amounts. If that's too much for you to look at one time, click on a date. Click on the 15th. That's Sunday. No news. There's Monday. Monday, we got news on the euro at 3:15. So I could trade that news at 3:15 if I wanted to get up. Okay, go to 17th, 2 a.m. on the British pound. If I wanted to trade London session, I need to be aware of that. 18th, London session, pound, CPI. Need to be aware of that if you're trading London session. 19th, tentative on the pound, on the yen. I haven't traded the yen itself in a while. There's retail sales, London session. So if you could not get up and trade the US session, but you don't mind getting up and trading that 3-hour spurt, it's 2 a.m. on to 5 is typically what I would trade. So when I was getting my 3-hour little spurts between sleep, I'd go to bed, I'd get up at 1:30 a.m. Eastern, and I would be trading from 2 to 5, that 3-hour span. The first 3 hours in the market, London session. Go to bed at 5, get up at 8. It was horrible because sustainably, I could not sustain that sleep schedule. So get back up at 8 and get ready to trade 8:30 news. And trade 8:30 to 11:30, get ready, pick Beth up. We'd go to lunch, drop her back off. I'd go home, take a 3-hour nap, get up at 5. We'd have dinner at about 6, 7. I was back in and we were trading. We would do a training session from 7 to 9 because there was a girl in Hawaii that was trading with us. So we were doing like 6 to 8. And then I switched it to 7 to 9 because she lived in Hawaii. Of course, Saturday we got nothing. Just relax. But anyways, that's what you want to do when you're looking at news, is you can totally plan your whole week around what's going on. So I mentioned that last week I mentioned you might not want to trade Monday, Tuesday. We weren't expecting much Monday and Tuesday this week. There was no news. So if I was going to take 2 days off of trading, it would have been Monday, Tuesday, and then today would be another. If I wasn't in here with you guys in the morning, I would have, let's see, I went to bed about 11. I would have considered staying up and trading I would have had an alarm set to get up, and but possibly stayed up, but traded that news on the British pound last night. And then I would have been sleeping right now because I would have had to sleep in. Because I would have traded 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. Eastern. Just traded those first 3 hours of the session. It's the busiest time. And then been done. And I showed you the chart on that. So when did it flip? It flipped at 5. It flipped right at 5. Oh. And again, I don't show up right at 2 a.m. to trade. If the news comes out at 2 a.m., I need to be on there at least a half hour ahead of time, at a minimum, half hour ahead of time of news. You don't just show up at 1:57 a.m. and look to trade because you're trading too close to news. I'll show you what it looks like on this chart here in a second. I kind of peeked out, but I've marked it up here. And I've left one thing off. I'll put it on and show you. We'll wait for this candle to start. We got about 20 seconds left. So I'm not in platinum. I'm only in, I'm still in gold, and I got stopped out on ES as it wicked it down. So a half loss on ES. I did 4 contracts. Well, platinum's still pushing. There it goes. So platinum's wanting to touch that 4-hour wick low. I'm going to take this trend line off, the steep one, just to kind of get it out of the way for you guys. So that trade panned out, taking that entry, but it was completely against the only thing that was in line for you here was a couple things. If you took it, the 15-minute only on the signals. So you're trading against. So we're seeing a trend change on it as the 1 hour flipped in 4 hour. I am not in it. I hope you guys are holding your runners. So if you know about the charting techniques, the trend lines, retracement lines, pullbacks, it breaks the trend line, pulls back to test the trend line. Red candle is your entry. Traditionally, that's what you're getting in on. The 15-minute was in line. You're just trading against the 1 hour and 4 hour, which is okay. This is one of those where what started out as a retracement. So this is a retracement turning into a trend. So it's a retracement, only the 15-minute signal. We're getting a pullback. It broke a trend line up or trade line up. So it's a retracement, and then when the 1 hour and 4 hours start flipping, it's turning into a trend, or it's turned into a trend. So pretty much when the 1 hour comes in line, you expect a further push down. So you traded the 15-minute, you got in against the others. The 1 hour turned red, you expect a further push, which we got. Now the 4 hour turned red, you expect a further push is what we're getting. So gold's having issues breaking that zone. That mid zone stopped it. It's just not wanting to go yet. You look at ES. I'm glad I got in out of the half loss. So like I said, I wasn't watching when it popped. And by the time I caught that, it was back down. So, or else I would have been able to close partial there. So where it's went, it ended up hitting my stop, but I moved just about halfway. Yeah, ES is cranking now. I'll be right back. I'm gonna run up and get coffee real quick. So yeah, platinum's moved very well. It's back down about another. It blew through that 4-wick low, that 4-hour wick low, and then it's found some support down there right now. New candle formed. So this is what, like if I was going to trade last night, trade the pound for that 2 a.m. news, I would have wanted to come in. The news I've got marked a little before 2 a.m. So that's at 1 o'clock right there. So I'm going to look for an entry, and try and get in before the 2 a.m. news starts. So that's right there is that one that's marked or a little off? It's 1. So that mark there is 1 o'clock. So that's the typical time I'd be up trading the London session. Is I want to be in, especially if there's news coming out. If there's no news coming out, then I might come in more toward closer to 2 o'clock, get up around that time. But if there's news coming out, I try and get in an hour ahead of time, or start looking an hour ahead of time, and I start to look for an entry. Everything was already red, right? So you look at that move down, and before news, what direction do you think I would have traded that in? I would have got in short. Now, that doesn't mean the news couldn't have shot up. It's just, I'm looking at the previous move and I'm going, okay, it's been bearish since what? Thursday sometime, about 6 a.m. Thursday. So I would have traded short before news. Put my stop above a high. As you look, basically right before news, it had pulled down, but then it pulled back up right to that high where I would have entered somewhere in there. So even if I wouldn't have pulled the trigger for a while, and say I pulled the trigger down here at the bottom of this, and that's when I said, okay, I'm in short. My stop would have still been where? Would have had to have been above these highs. You look at these 3 highs in here, they're around the same price. So my stop would need to be above those highs somewhere. Okay. And it pulls back. So if it got in here, anywhere in here, you'd be in the negative for a while, only for it to just pop and run. So that's what I try and look for before news. So that's how I would have traded that last night. My thinking would have been short because the 1 hour and 4 hours already short, but knowing the whole entire time you sit there and analyze and say that, just knowing that the news might pop in the opposite direction. It's not a given. So even though I'm trading with the 1 hour and 4 hour, and it's been, bearish since yesterday, at Thursday at 6 the a.m. Even though I'm trading in that direction, there's caution because it's news. So I would trade with less contracts than I normally would. And then what it did was tank to the bottom, and then it went sideways and actually built up some bullish structure by 5 a.m., which is when I would quit trading, and then go to bed and get up for the U.S. session. So I was in it earlier, small trade. I'm not in it anymore. I won't get back in that one today because they're winding down overseas. So even though there might be a decent move on it, I'm not. I'm done with that for the day. I did short ES and gold, and right now they're up a little bit. Trying to mark that one right there. And keep in mind on these shorter days or days where there's no news, we don't have or expect a lot of movement, that's when we've adjusted our plan to, some of us have adjusted a plan to close partial at 1-to-1 instead of waiting on 2-to-1 because we don't always get the 2-to-1. So, and that's fine. And that's what I'm looking at here. So that's my entry on gold, or not gold. Yes, I was waiting on this low to be broken, from back here. So basically, as I was watching it drop, I looked to the left and saw this low area here. And then also it was here. So I thought, okay, I'm going to wait on that low to break. If it breaks that low, I'm going to look for entry. So it broke the low. That was my entry. So I got in on that next candle. And right now it's trying to push to the 2-to-1. So I'm going to go ahead and close out 2 of those because I know it may not get there. I'm not going to sit here and wait for that to just tick right down. I mean, right now I think it's good enough. I'm going to close 2-to-1. So I actually closed out here. And if you want, you can always mark it and mark the point you got out. So you just know that you exited. So you can watch and see how it plays out. Could I have stayed in? Did it finally get there? Where did I close out? Because this will move. Where it says buy 2 there, that'll move. If it keeps pushing down, that'll buy. So as of right now, it looks like I closed out at a good place because it pulled up. Again, I wasn't waiting on it to tick down. So I got in with 3, closed 2. I'm going to move my stop there to around the break even on the runner. So nice little trade. So that'd be the second one in gold. So the first one I did not close, remember? And I should have closed. Even though it never got all the way back up to the 2-to-1. I should have went and closed partial move stop. I did move stop, so I took a little half loss on 4 contracts though. And gold, I only have 2 on left. Still 2 runners. Right now, platinum's pulling back up to test the 4-hour. That 4-hour wick low. So it's marked here, but that is a 4-hour candle wick low. So pulling back to test that. It's going to test that in that outer trend line here. So I'd be looking for an entry short in it. Putting 2 on so we can close off 1, right? Because if I'm not going to put 2 on platinum, then I'm not going to trade it. So if I'm not willing to put 2 on so I can close, because if my trading strategy, which it is to close partial, if I put 1 on, I'm just hoping that trade goes for me, and I could trail my stop. And knowing that we don't have any, a lot of momentum, we've had a good move on it though without that, which is nice to see. So gold's finally breaking for us a little bit. Or wanting to. It's trying to get through that mid zone. And ES finally did hit that target. So I did not wait. When it wicked down right here, That last candle wicked down. I went ahead and closed 2 and exited 2. So had I waited till it hit 3 to 1, I would have got it. You know, and I'm closing manually. I could remember, keep in mind you can always use limit orders. I could have had a buy limit order down there for 2, and then as it, you know, either on the line or just above it, and as it approached that line, it would have closed out 2 for me manually. So that's how I could have traded this one a little better up here. The first trade I took. Where are we at on candle? We got 27 minutes. Or 27 seconds, sorry. So again, this weekend, a couple things you should be doing is looking back over your trades that you've journaled, or looking back over your recaps, looking back over your notes on your trades, looking back through your pictures, deciding on what you may have been able to do a little differently. I know, and that's why I want to mention this. Not only that, but then looking at the news calendar for next week, deciding on days you, so you're deciding a couple things, deciding on days you want to trade. Are you going to trade all 5 days, or just 4, just 3? Days you think it might be more sideways movement. Those for me are days where we don't see news. Okay, if there's no news, I expect more sideways movement. So I want to plan accordingly and plan it this weekend. Days where we expect movement because we have the momentum from the volatility, from the volume that stepped in off the news releases. That's how it trickles down to us and our movements. Is again, the news releases, high volume steps in that creates that volatility, which creates momentum and then creates the movement for us. So that's, I don't care if you want to call it a mantra or whatever, just that's what you're looking for. Because without movement, we have no profit. We can get into any trade we want any day of the week. Without movement, we don't have profit. So plan accordingly for next week and just get ready. Jot it. I use Google Calendar for everything. My phone is loaded. If I pulled up my calendar, it's loaded with stuff. And some of it's alerts, you know, for calendar alerts that just is like no news. Of course, I'm checking the night before, and then in the morning I double check. So I always check the night. I check the weekend, see what news is coming out, kind of plan accordingly to what I think is going to happen or might play out. And then I check every night before I go to bed, and then I recheck in the morning. Just part of my setup in the morning. 4-hour charts and news calendar. And most news calendars, you can actually get alert. Here we go. Big pop. U.S. stock market is opening, and I'm in ES still, but it's pulling against me. But I closed out, so I'm glad I closed out too. I need to match my stop. I didn't change my stop. So right now I closed out. I put on 3, closed out 2 at almost the 2 to 1, and then moved my stop to halfway, and it's pulling up. So I might get wicked out here. It might stop me on. So my stop's at halfway on ES. And we go all the way back. There's the U.S. stock market open alarm. I told you guys I got alarms for everything. My phone is loaded with alarms. Oh, sorry. Thanks for letting me know. Okay. So what I was mentioning was ES trade. I hope you guys caught any of that. But the trade I'm in now, what I'm looking at is because we typically will place our contracts, place our trade. When it moves to level 2, which is 1-to-1, move our stop to halfway, which it was done. When it hits 3-to-1, so I closed out 2 contracts, exited there, marked it, and then I left my stop at the halfway point. So I was willing to take that half loss against the gains I locked in. So something I'm going to, when you're analyzing your trades at the end of the day, end of the week, I just do it right on the spot because I've been doing this a long time. So if it comes back and hits my half stop, then obviously I'm going to look at that and go, well, if I would have pulled my stop to break even, I would not have had the half loss. Okay. If it comes back and stops me out, or even here when it hits and then goes. So let's say it goes short and hits level 4. If I'm in it, which I still am, then I'd say, okay, glad I only moved my stop to halfway, because if I would have went to the break even, I'd have been stopped out, missed the move. Okay. Or if it goes to level 4, but it stops me out first, but never gets here, I have to say, well, if I would not have moved my stop to the halfway point, I'd still be in. So this is analyzing your trades, your trade journal at the end of the day. If it comes back and stops me out like the other one, does it go deeper? Does it stop me out the halfway break area? So if it never goes below 3, but comes back and stops me out and goes all the way back, well, then at that point you say, well, it would have been nicer if I'd moved it to break even. So you'll make a little adjustments based on what it's done in the past. So on non-news trading days, I think a lot of people have made the adjustment that they actually close partial at 1-to-1. So the other thing is, I want someone in here to actually put the answer to this in there. So my first trade here on ES, I went in long with 4. It hit 1-to-1. I moved my stop to halfway when it hit 1-to-1. And then it whipped up to level 3. I wasn't watching it, and so I didn't close out partial. Again, I had 4 on. So I didn't close out partial. It went sideways and came and stopped me out. So how could I have as I'm looking at that, how could I have traded that differently and made a difference in the trade? How could that have been a positive trade? And don't say watch your charts a little better, because I already know that. If I was watching when it wicked up and I would have hit the button and closed out, my 3 on that, because it was going to be 4 on, 3 off, and 1 runner. So how could I have changed that? Yeah, that's what I was looking for, Mark. That right there is when I placed the trade, I already knew that, because we already know, right? We already know that when it hits 2-to-1, we're going to move our stop. But we also already know when it gets to level 3, we're going to do what? We're going to close partial. So if I would have came in here and set a sell limit order, and I'm not hitting that one because it's on 12 right now. Well, this is not even my account. So I would put a sell limit order at this high. So I put on 4. I put a sell limit order, right before that. I don't like putting it right on the price point, even though it wicked past it. I like going a little before. But I would put a sell limit order in there for 3. If I would have had that, it's okay that I wasn't watching the chart closely. So those are my 2 options. I either stare at that entry I'm in, but again, I'm looking at 6 different things. And sometimes I'm in that and Tradeovate on the Tradeovate platform, trading in another account. So that's not linked to the one that's in here. So I got a lot going on. So if I would have implemented and put a stop limit order on there, I could have closed partial there automatically. It's forcing you to take that, to close that partial, right? And then that would have made that a winning trade. 4 on, it hit 1-to-1, stop moved to halfway, half loss on all. Limit order closed out 3. And then I could have manually moved my stop to a break even or left it. So I could have chose on the one runner to have a half loss, which it hit, or I could have chose to move it there, to the break even on that. So that's how that trade, as I'm looking at it now, and that's what you want to do, is kind of look and how could I have changed that? I like doing it right when I'm trading. I like not waiting till the end of the day. But I'm used to that, on the fly, looking at it going, well, how can I change that real quick? What could I have done differently? How can I change and implement that, as to what we're doing? And here I was watching it closer. So I did just get stopped out on my runner on ES. So ES, I got in and it was 3 contracts. So I only got in with 3 contracts there. I closed 2 here where it says exited 2. So it was on that candle close. It peaked a little bit past it. I'm okay with missing out on that a little bit. And then wicked back. My stop was at halfway. So I got a half loss on 1 versus the almost 2-to-1. So that's a good positive trade. This one was my negative because I didn't manage it properly. Well, 1, I just missed it watching it. So that's on me. But with the limit order, we can definitely capture that. Still up on gold. So the only thing I am in, let me double check. Yeah, the only thing I'm in is gold. So, I didn't mark this one at all, did I? And my stop's still out there. So I kept my stop back quite a ways from my entry. So as far as from where my stop is, I'll show you here in a minute while you guys are. So that's mine on gold. How many minutes you got? Seconds. So we just printed a new candle. Bitcoin's climbing. Not in it. So here's the gold trade. So again, we're expecting choppier moves. I did not trade it, or I did trade it up here. I don't know what I sold here at the start of the day. I sold on that and got stopped out. So I was selling with the 1 hour and 4 hour, and that backfired on me. So then once we got over here, so that was me trying to take it right before when the market opened, waiting after 7, going ahead. That's the only one I tried that on, was taking it ahead. And I got in on the 1 hour, 4 hour, red, I'm going to go red. And that just did not pan out. It did, go up and then turn back around. So if I would have had my stop way out there, I just wasn't willing to take that risk. This is a small account. So that one didn't pan out, trying to take it like that. So waiting on the setup, then of course the 15 went, the 1 hour went green because of that move up. And then of course, if we would have drawn a trend line there. So sometimes trading and looking at multiple charts, like the 6 I'm looking at, doesn't help. But waiting on that line, what did we get? We got a break of that line, come back up, tested resistance or support as resistance, and then ultimately we got the 1 hour. So the 1 hour down here went back to red on that candle. 15-minute up top, triangles are red, and that's when I placed the trade. So that was my, well, this was just jumping in right at market open. So I put 5 back on that one, felt confident in that. The only, and I know a couple other of you guys got in that. So that was the entry with the caution that it was at that 4 hour zone. So right now it's gone to test the bottom of the 4 hour zone. So it's been a good trade. I'm up like 120 on this, on the 2 runners. So I put 5 on. Notice when it hit 1 to 1, I closed partial. Because why? There's no news today. We don't expect big movements. So let's go ahead and close. So I closed 3 at 1 to 1, moved my stop halfway, and then I just recently moved my stop to a little better and break even. So it was like right there. I like to park it a little better and break even. I just moved it so you could see it. But, or you could do that. Right click on the order and hit no overlap order. There is a no overlap setting in the charts, but however, it does that anyways. I don't know why. So you got to manually do it. So right now it just hit level 3. So I am going to close one of these off. So I can't remember what I locked in on the 3, and then I'm locking in another 50. Again, this is a really small account, so we'll close one, and then I'm going to leave the stop. I'm not modifying the stop or not moving it, but I am modifying it to match the order. So far that's been a good trade on gold. I don't know who else is in that, but I know a couple of you are. Might still be in if we have runners. So ES completely went past my stop and everything. So I'm glad I moved it to halfway on the runner. So that was 3 on, 2 off when it almost hit 2 to 1, and then 1 at a half loss. So happy with that trade. If you do Apex, I only mention this because we have accounts through Apex. But if you do Apex, they have re-implemented the 80% off the evals for a while there. It normally goes to 50. I don't know why they just don't flat rate it. It's kind of stupid, but they pushed to get, they had 90% for a while. Before the 90 The 90 lasted for like 2 or 3 days, I think. And before the 90, it was 80% off with an $85 PA account fee for lifetime. That's the best deal you'll get because the lifetime is usually like 150. Right now, they just have the 80% off the evals. And then the lifetime, when you get your PA, when you pass your eval and get your PA, it'll be $150. I think Aaron said they dropped them to 125 for a while. But the best one you'll get is 80% off and $85 PA. So right now that's what's on there. So you got 4 days left to get them at 80% off. And the only reason he lets me know on that is because he's always buying new accounts. Oh, all right. I'm going to give you an update. So I went in there late lunch. And he told me he's not. He's focused on keeping that one PA account. It's been 1.5 years of blowing evals, blowing EAs, or passing EAs or evals and getting PA accounts and then blowing PA accounts. So he told me yesterday he's focused on keeping this one, he's got a cushion in there now. So I'm glad. I just looked at him. I said, I've been trying to get you to do this for 1.5 years, and you're finally doing it. So I'm glad. So hopefully he'll be able to keep that up. But he has built a cushion in his PA account. So let's see if he can hold that. Because that's what I told him. I said, there's no use in you keep buying evaluation accounts and passing them and then, getting your payouts in the PA accounts and then blowing them, only to have to go through that whole process again. I'm like, just build a cushion in there and just keep trading the. So that's what he's focused on now. So we'll see if that holds. That's my update. So I'm glad he finally is doing that. So just a little stubbornness there. His mom's that he's like his mom. They'll listen to you, but they'll ignore everything you tell them. So all you can do is give the advice and stand back and let the chips fall where they may. All right, what are we trading? So I'm still in oil or gold, and that is it right now. So anything else I have to look for an entry. It's only 10, so it's not quite 10 yet. So I'll enter something. Platinum went more flat than anything, sideways movement after it broke that wick low, because that is a 4-hour candle wick low. After it broke that, fell to that 4-hour support resistance level and just stopped. Has bounced sideways between the two. So before we see any kind of continuation, it has to break that 4-hour level. So it could, if it doesn't break it, like it's running at it now, so it might break through. If it can't get through that, I'm looking at it to bounce sideways. So it's going to depend on, are we going to start seeing candles close past that level? I'm not in it. MC, are you in that? I'm just interested if anybody's in platinum right now and riding that. It's been on a good run. Yeah, so it just dropped through that 4-hour SR level. So it's testing it right now. It's going without me. Or it's gone without me. So, someone asked the other day, well, let me see if I can find that. I got to go out to Google here, look at my slides. It's not that account. I'm trying to remember what I was going to show you. That is not it. Okay, so who asked? I don't even know if they're in here. I can't remember who asked there. Someone asked about contract sizes. I think yesterday, and I never got to touch on it. Well, did we take platinum on this bounce? You entered before the drop. I waited on the. I just got in. I waited on the test of that 4-hour after it dropped. So we'll see. Hopefully, it'll move for us. What I don't want to see is it pop back above that 4-hour. But it could very well pop back above that 4-hour and just move sideways to this downtrend line, then pop. But in it, no matter what. I thought somebody mentioned in here about contract sizes. And you guys know if I say lot sizes, it's interchangeable. So, let me change that. I think I'm done with the indices after what ES has done, pulled all the way back. But this is just the start of the U.S. stock market open here, and then we just had a good push off, good pushback. But I'm not. If I'm going to get in and trade off that, I would have to aggressively trade. So the 1 hour and 4 hour are out of sync. I would 100% have to aggressively trade that. And trading it aggressively is just taking a 15-minute, because you see what it's done right now. How could you have traded this swing up and this swing down on ES with the 1 hour and 4 hour in opposite directions? Well, you can't really. Right, the higher time frames are out of sync. It looks like they might be coming in sync, but they were out of sync. So the only way to trade that, and it would be aggressive, is when you see an arrow. And these don't wait till the 15-minute. They'll turn on the 3-minute. But that would have been the only way to trade it. Long on that right there. You sat in the negative for a while, and then it went up. Short on that arrow there, and then it went down. So you're not pulling and doing like a 1-to-1. And the only reason I mention it, because I was expecting it to break short. But so you're going to have to close partial, and then, at a 1-to-1, you would just be closing a partial now if you had your stop way back there. So that's how you can aggressively trade something if it's moving back and forth like that pretty rapidly. I'm not in it, but that would have been the only way to have captured on the short-term swings on that U.S. stock market open. So, because we are in a 3-minute, right? So we can take those. So I am up a little bit. Platinum. I sat out through that whole entire big move. And then we got 1 minute left. So I got in. I think MC got in somewhere in here before the pop down, I believe. So I waited. I wanted to see it break through that 4-hour support resistance. So it broke, pulled back. I got in on that red candle there. I got in at the close of that candle. So I'm up a little bit. I am going to close one. This is, Tyler's little account. And I said, when it gets up, I'd like to lock in 100 per trade. Well, I'm at 240. So I'm going to close one in there. And then I am going to bring my stop down and keep it above the 4-hour. But I'm going to put it right there. That's where so that one's now, I'm not going to worry about it. If I get stopped out at that loss, I'm okay with that. When you move your loss like that and leave it open to still risk losing some, you have to be okay with it. And I think from what I've seen, a lot of people are liking that move and stop to halfway, because you're lowering your risk. You're lowering your exposure. Part of your trade and account management. So anyway, someone, I don't remember. I think it was yesterday. Someone had mentioned, how do you select account sizes or contract sizes when you're trading? So you have to start way back. I'm not looking at how many I can get in right now at gold, Bitcoin, ES, or platinum. I have to start back at the beginning. What's the account size? It starts there. So here's some Apex accounts. And I just use that because I know all the numbers, and I got Tyler trading through it, and I'm trading through them. But I also have Top Step. I just don't have theirs down. But this is what they recommend. So this little account I'm trading right now, that is what they recommend. It's $1,500 to pass an eval. So you have to get a 25K account to 26.5. That was done in a couple hours 2 days ago. 2 days ago? Yeah, Wednesday. Yeah. Because yesterday, Wednesday night, then I was able to get the PA account for him. And that's what I traded it, because he's just not trading right now, which has really got me. Well, we won't go there, but not very happy with him. But the thing is with me, I hate monthly fees. So when you get these, if you go past that month, you're going to make a payment. And I refuse to make a payment. I'd rather cancel or close down an account that he has open than make another payment. I don't even want to let him make the payments, because for one, it's normally I make them and he pays me back. So you can trade with 4 standard or 40 micro. It starts there. Okay. The best deal on these for Apex is the $50,000 account. Over the two, the 25K and the 50, the best deal's the 50K. Because the 25K is 1-to-1. You either make 1,500 or lose 1,500, blow the account. So the 50K is not quite the 1-to-1. You make 3,000, but you can only lose 2,500. Okay, so it's not a 1-to-1. You got to make $500 more than you can lose before you'd blow the account. So you got to make a little bit more than you could lose. The reason why it's better is this right here. The trailing drawdown's 2,500. So it's a larger drawdown than this one. So a lot of people will get the 25Ks and they'll blow them easily. Okay, because when you go up 1,000, so you're at a $25,000 starting point, it goes up to 26,000. You can only then go, what do I want to say? So it goes up, you go up 1,000, you make 1,000, it's up 26,000. You can only go 500 in the negative. It's a trailing drawdown, trailing stop. That does freeze. So that's why I say leave a cushion in. Because when you get your PA account, you still have a trailing drawdown. It follows you. Once it gets to a certain level, that trailing drawdown freezes and you can get a payout. Most people take the whole payout, the max they can. They max their payout. Then it leaves them a little $600 drawdown to start trading the next month, let's say. Don't do that. You don't pull out your whole cash out. You don't cash out your whole payout. Don't max it out. I'd recommend doing a quarter or a third. I know it's like, I see all that money, I want to take money, right? Like see profit, take profit. You see money, you want to take money. But it leaves you a small drawdown, and then you blow your perfectly good PA account the next month. I'm kind of glancing out here as we go. So Platinum's holding right now. So that's good. I'm up. And in this one, it's up 115 on the one. I'm calling it a runner because I put 2 on, and closed 1. So we got 1 runner. I could close that out and pop another 100 on for him. Now he's watching, or supposed to be. So there's ES. Nothing on ES. I'm not in it, but it did pull all the way back. It just had a deeper retracement and then 15-minute flipped. So that's had good follow through. So back to the contract sizes. So that's what I recommend overall is the 50. I don't recommend any new person going over 50, because what happens is you start having to make more money with less of a drawdown. I've got a $300,000 PA account. That's what I had to make in it. This is the eval. So I on a $300,000 account, and I've got 2 statics of 100 and 1 regular 100 account. But that's what you have to do. You have to make $20,000 with a $6,000 drawdown. The reason why you do that one is so that you got more money you can cash out. You build a cushion in that, and you're set for life. The problem is you have to make 20 grand with only potentially losing 6. And that is a trailing threshold. So it will trail you. So you have a $300,000 account, you make 6,000, if you lose the 6,000, get to 300,000, the account's blown. It's not a bad thing, the trailing threshold, as long as you don't start taking a lot of losing trades. So as long as you know how to trade and you're successful, then you can do this one. You can do the 100Ks, the 75Ks. The 100K static, you look at it and go, wow, you only have to make $20,000. But it starts out with a $625 drawdown max. But that stays. So at $625 below 100K, the account blows. You make $1,000 in the account, your stop is still $625 below. You have to know what you're doing. The other thing is, look at your contract size. You're only doing 20 micros. Okay. So they set that up for a reason. So here's the 25K I'm on with him right now. So I can trade 4 standards. Okay. But if I'm looking at 4 instruments and could potentially put 1 on each, if I'm not looking at micros, could potentially put 1 on each, but then I can't close partials. So I look at the micros. Micros is 40, right? So it says, according to their rules, 25K, 40 micros. Okay, so let's look at that. I'm watching 4 items. Why am I watching 4 items? Well, because I might trade any one of those 4 at any given time. Okay, on a 25K account, 40 micros is my max. So I can put how many on? If I'm looking at all 4 of these things and potentially may get into any one, let's pretend platinum is a micro something or other. I don't care what it is. We're pretending that platinum has a micro. So, and irregardless, I can do only 1 at that point. So again, I can do 40 contracts, but platinum, I can only do 1. So 40 contracts, take that and divide that by how many items we're looking at. We're looking at 4. If I'm thinking I might get into any one of these on a setup, I can only trade 10 max each. Because if I get in 10 gold, if I get in 30 gold, 30 contracts short gold, I only have 10 left to divvy up between these other 3. Right? So what I look at is, okay, I might take a trade on any one of these at any one given time. I got 40 contracts. That would be 10 reserved for gold, 10 reserved for Bitcoin, 10 reserved for ES, and 1 for platinum. There's another 10 if it had a micro, but that's 1. So I could trade 1 platinum and 10 of all the rest. If I wanted to trade 2 platinum, so if I wanted to trade 2 of platinum, that takes up 20 micros. I would have 20 micros left to divide between these 3. Okay. Now you might be watching all 4 of these and saying, I'm only trading gold and Bitcoin. And if you have a 25K account, you got 40 micros. That would be 20 gold, 20 reserved for gold, 20 reserved for Bitcoin. That's how I look at it. So it has to start there. What's your account size? How many contracts can you trade? That would be max. So for me, it's max 10 on gold, 10 on Bitcoin, 10 on ES, and 1 full on platinum. So I'm trading 2 on platinum. If I see an entry on platinum on this account, I want to put 2 on. So if I put 2 platinum on, or potentially, I'm reserving 2 of these contracts, which is 20. It's half of this, right? 20 micros. It just doesn't have micros. So if I'm reserving 2, I'm reserving half that for platinum for the day to be able to take 2 contracts. I only have 20 left. So I have 20 left. If I'm only going to trade gold and Bitcoin, that's 10 apiece. Okay. If I'm only going to trade gold alongside platinum, well, I can reserve the whole 20 for gold. So that's how I look at it. I take the amount of contracts max you can do and then reserve, a certain amount for each instrument. That's your reserve. And if you can't remember that as you're trading, just come in and anchor a text there. And just, guys, I'm all about being prepared, staying prepared, remembering what your plan is. And if you can't remember that on the fly while you're trading, put something on the chart. Stack it on the chart. And you should be able to anchor that. There's an anchor setting right here. And just anchor that on your chart. And then it will not move. It will stay there for days, years, and weeks, months, years, decades. So put that on your chart. After all, if you're not changing accounts, you don't need to move that. Put it in the upper right corner, whatever you need to do, and just anchor it on there. So that's going to help you remember how many contracts you can max. And if you need to, put max next to it, 10 contracts max. So that's going to help you remember how many contracts you can do. And then on Bitcoin or Platinum, we want to put 2 down there. Okay. So now I'm trading according to, now I have the max set up. That's the max I can take. That's going to be a full-blown perfect entry. I've got no doubts in my mind that that is the entry, and it's a perfect 100% or A+ setup. You're going to see the charts flip a little bit. So that's your, right now you've set up that contract size. Sorry. 10 contracts max. Sorry, Max. I don't know. Come up with another word and I'll use it. But 10 contracts. Max is over there thinking I'm yelling at him. You weren't even looking at the computer and heard me yelling your name and come running back. That is funny. So anyways, so right now on this small account, you go look and it says you can place 40 contracts. Again, if you're looking at 40 or 4 instruments to trade, then that's 10 contracts you're allowed to trade since we're not using Max's name. So 10 contracts you could trade on each instrument. And then, of course, on Platinum, I'm burning up 2 contracts or 20. So on Platinum, since I can only do it in single contracts, it's basically 10 micros. 1 equals 10 micros. So if I can only do 40 micros, if I place 2 on Platinum, and why am I placing 2? I'm placing 2 so I can close partial. And I just did. I just closed partial on that Platinum trade. I got in right there where it plopped down or pulled down under that 4-hour zone. And all I can do now is ride it. So here's the Platinum trade. Again, I know MC got in here somewhere. I waited for it to break the 4-hour support resistance level, pull back to test 4-hour resistance level, give me a red candle, boom, I'm in. The 15-minute was red, the 1 hour and 4 hour still red. That was my entry. When it pulled down, I closed one of them because on his account, I'm only looking for a little $100 a trade. And then we let runners ride. So closed out one, moved stop down. My stop was up here originally, moved my stop down, keeping it above the 4-hour zone, and it's still up about 160. So I could close that out and just call it a day on that trade. I'll let it ride. But again, if I'm doing 2 on Platinum, that reserves 20 left. If you're not trading ES, but you're trading Bitcoin and gold, you're trading 2 other instruments, well, that's 10 per. That's your max. And then from there, you adjust down. So you adjust down based on the risk. If the 4 hour is not in line, because here taking a short, let's say you wanted to take a short in ES. I'm looking at ES. So ES, I did take a short, traded it. My runner got closed out at half loss. Closed partial down here when it hit toward level 3 on that green candle. So I put on 3, exited 2 there, and then pulled my stop to half loss. It got stopped out. So 2 got closed at almost a 2-to-1, and then the one runner got closed out at a half loss. So good trade on it. A good trade compared. And you look at how it moved. It had no follow through, but it was before the U.S. stock market opened as well. So in here, the U.S. stock market opened and it pulled all the way back. So if you got in, let's say you get a 15-minute candle here. So we got a 15-minute triangle to go short. The 1 hour, you're trading with the 1 hour only because the 4 hours green. So the 1 hour's red, you get a red triangle, you short there. That's your short. Okay, we've had good follow through on that. But since the 4 hour wasn't in line, you might not go in with your full 10 contracts. You would adjust that down. A little bit riskier because the 4 hour's not in line yet. You can adjust your contract size down to like half. Let's say you do 5 or 6. And then as it goes and the 4 hour comes in line, you can always add to your position. That's exactly what I like to do, is trade it based on what I'm seeing. And I'm seeing the 15-minute red with the 1 hour. Let's get in short. And if you look to the left, let me take this trade off. So again, when this thing signals, so again, the signal would be, let me mark it, this candle here. And that is only the 1 hour and 15-minute for a sell. So that's a 1 hour and 15-minute. I know it's still marked retracement. It's retracement deeper, but that's the 1 hour and 15-minute, 15-minute, 1 hour turning red would be a sell. Just knowing that the 4 hours not in line. So that adds a level of risk because the 4 hours not in line. That's all you got to say. So that's an entry. That was an entry to go short. You look to the left when you get a signal, you know, because we're watching the 1 hour. The 1 hour's red, and you're looking to trade with the 15-minute comes in line. You look to the left. Did it just break a trend retracement line? Yes, it did. I mean, it just retraced up. So if you drew a retracement line up that, then yeah, it broke it. You know, there would be a retracement line. So yes, it broke it. Just know that it might test the backside. This one never did. It just kept going. So that adds a little level to risk because the 4 hour is not in line. Okay. So, 10 contract is your maximum amount you can do, you know, if you're watching just two things. So you're trading ES and gold and platinum. You're going to go 2 contracts on platinum. So that is equal to 20 micros. That burns up half your 40. You got 20 left, 20 here, 20 there. That's how you're going to trade those 3 instruments. So it gets set up, goes. Here's what you have to say to yourself. And you could say to yourself that the whole time, right? We had a move down, 15-minute, 1 hour is red. We had a good pullback because the 15 minutes in line with the 4, but everything's out of sync overall. They're not all in line. The 15-minute goes red again, which would be a signal that you can sell because it's in line with the 15. That's our immediate. If the 15 and 1 hour in sync, that's our immediate daily day trade moves you're scalping off of, your day trading off of, is just the 15 and 1 hour. The 4 hours more longer term. When it comes in line, we know that we can typically hold. So that's your entry to short. But the whole time you're watching, I mean, you got 1 hour down here red. Okay. So you're not waiting till you get a 15-minute triangle to decide how many contracts. You should already know. So, you know, the 1 hour's red. If the 15-minute turns red, I'm going to sell. I'm going to sell with 5 contracts, half of that. If the 4 hour was red also, so if the 4 hour was red all down through here, I would sell with 10. I have more confidence because the 4 hour is also in line. Okay. So I would have shorted that with 5. And then when the 4 hour come in line, which is at the 10 o'clock candle, then what do? If the 4 hour comes in line, that's further confirmation, or that's confirmation that we may have a further move short because the 4 hour is now in line. Then you can stack in the other 5, you know, and max out that trade. So that's how I do it when I'm looking to enter. Platinum, it's just 2 in and 1 closed off. There's not much you can do with that. You can go in lightly with 1 contract in platinum, and I've done that. And we've touched on that. So I've been going in lightly with platinum, which is 1 contract, and then moving my stop and getting stopped out at like a half loss, or not being able to move stop just because it hasn't moved. So I said to myself I would not get in platinum unless I placed 2. And this morning I almost did it again because I placed 1 and I immediately had to pop another on. So platinum is going good. We have no reason right now to, because it finally blew through that 4 hour level. So you have to go down and look what's next for platinum. We have a zone way down there, right? So it's up 247. The only thing I can do right now is move a stop. I can't close any partial. So I'll look to maybe move it. I'll probably start moving it aggressively as it drops. We have a zone down there. You'd want to go out to a 4 hour. Is there, you know, we have a zone way down here. Is there anything in between where it is now and the zone? Which you have to come way back here. And does anybody know what I'm going to look for when I open this? Somebody needs to put it in there. As I look at that, from where platinum's right here on that line. So as I look at it, what am I looking for in here? I'm looking for another level. So we're going to look for that inside bottom. So I'm going to mark here. And then I would want to mark here as another level. This is the inside of the very bottom, the very low. However, I'm marking this level right here because we have that candle close, this candle close below it. So I want to be aware of that level too. So those are the 2 levels that, as I dial it back down to a 3 minute and reset the chart, that I don't know why I do that. I just need to hit the date. But those are now the levels I want to be aware of. And then I would label these. I won't make you guys watch me do that. But just come in and label it as a 4 hour or 4 hour inside top is how you want to do those. So about the best thing I can do with it now is just manage my runner. Are you just doing 1 MC for now? I noticed you said, are you not doing runners? Yeah, and you know, today when I placed that first trade over here, that long, I put on 1 and I immediately slapped another one on. So I got in at that price and it only went to 1-to-1. So I closed one out at 1-to-1 and moved my stop to I think I moved my stop halfway. So I had a half loss. Yeah. So I had one at 1-to-1 and one at a half loss. So overall, that was a positive trade. It wasn't much, but you cannot help what the market actually does after you get in. So just keep that in mind. We're not here. We're here to pick the best entries. All we can do is pick the best entries and close partials and moves our stops according to our rules. That is what we have to do. That is how we've set up our trading rules to manage our trades, to manage our account, manage our risk. That's all we can do. We cannot help what the market does after we get in. You have no control over that. The control you have is to manage how many contracts you get in. Is it a riskier trade? Well, don't go in with the 10. Go in with 4 or 6. You should have rules to adjust that down. I just went over some of that. If the 4 hour is not in line with the 1 hour, I'm going to go in with less contracts than 10. That's part of my risk management. Okay, my trade management, my account management. We're managing all that. So all we can do is have those rules for our trades, have the rules for managing our stop and closing partial and moving our stop. We have rules set up for that. That's all we can do is have all those rules in place. We stick to those rules. Our entries are based off rules. Our closing partials are based off rules. Our moving stops are based off rules. Everything's rule-based. Who sets the rules? We do. Whose business is this? It's yours. It's my business. It's your business. So you're setting up your business for success. You need to follow some rules. There is no business out there in this world that is run by someone flying by the seat of their pants. Well, there probably is. I'm sure there is. However, if they want a successful business, what are we going to do? We set rules. Every business sets up rules for their employees. That's what we do. So we set up rules. We follow our rules. That's all we can do. We cannot turn the market. We cannot move the market. Okay? Maybe one day we'll have enough money we can move the market, but that's not today. So all we can do is take the good entries, the best we see, and adjust according. If I see a great entry, if the 1 hour and 4 hour are red, everything's red, the 15 minutes red, okay, that's a strong confirmation that everything's moving short and should continue short. So I'm going to max out my contracts. If the 4 hours green against it, then we can still take it short. However, like here, less contracts. And then when the 4 hour turns, you can add back in. You could add more in to max it out. But again, that's what we do. We set the rules according to what we want to set up for us, for our management. And risk plays in too. You may not be willing to put in 10. So that being said, on the 25K account, if you said 2 on platinum, you might not be willing to take platinum because that's 20 micros altogether. It's just they don't have micros. You might not be willing to take 10 on gold and 10 on ES. That's the max you could do. So let's say you don't do platinum. You're doing gold, Bitcoin, and ES. Well, you could put a little more than 10 on each. You can divide the 20 by 3 and max those out. Or 40. Sorry, it's 40. So, or if you added something else and go 10 each, that may be not what you're willing to risk. Your max may be 10 because that plays into your risk tolerance. How much tolerance do you have for how much you're putting out there? If you put on 10 contracts and you're stop above the high and you're looking at that dollar amount going and you start getting the sick feeling in your stomach, well, you've breached your risk tolerance. And that's where I know most of you guys that have heard me talk about way back in the day. When I started, I had a bottle of Tums and Tylenol on my desk. It wasn't in that picture, but I must have cleaned my desk off for that. But a bottle of Tums and yeah, and Tylenol. Because I know what that does when you're live. And remember what I put in live to start. So when you go live with your own money, I'm not talking about prop money. I'm talking about with your own money. You go fund an account with 10 or 20 grand and you start trading. I had a bottle of Tums and Tylenol on my desk because I didn't really know a lot about my risk tolerance at that time, what that even meant. Never even heard of it. I've heard of risk, but I didn't know that I could be more comfortable. Obviously, you're more comfortable taking a smaller loss, dollar size. So again, if you look to put on 10, if you were looking to put on 10 contracts short here on ES, and you look at where the stop is and you measure that out, go, man, if I put 10 contracts short, I'm risking $400 and it's real money. If your stomach you start getting a sick feeling in your stomach, that's probably too much risk for you, is what that your stomach is telling you. Your body's telling you, if you take this trade, you better get the Tums out because you're going to be feeling sick the whole time it pulls back against you. Right? So don't place the 10 contracts with the stop back here. Don't move your stop. Don't ever say, okay, that's fine. I'll still put on 10, but I want to move my stop right here. Don't lower your stop. Okay? Because typically you're going to get stopped down on those. What you want to do is keep your stop where it's supposed to go, above the high, and lower your contracts. What do you feel comfortable with? So again, if you're going to put on 10 contracts short, and where do you put your stop? You put it above the high, and that's $400 risk. And your body is telling you can't place that trade. You start feeling a little sick in the stomach. Well, what do you feel comfortable losing? Do you feel comfortable losing $200? You have to know what you feel comfortable losing. So 10 contracts, $400 loss. Nope. I'm not going to do it. I don't want to risk losing that, especially on one trade. Well, what do you feel? Do you feel comfortable with a $200 loss? If you do 5 contracts. If you feel comfortable only losing $100, then put on the contracts. You're going to lower your contracts. So that's how I do someone had asked about how do I decide how many contracts to put on? So again, it starts with your account size. A 25K account, if you're watching 4 instruments, you're reserving 10 contracts on each one. You have 10 contracts reserved. I'm just saying reserved because I don't want to put 20 on gold and then put 10 on ES and Bitcoin set up, and I've got nothing left to put on Bitcoin. You know, if I put 20 here on gold and 20 on ES, sorry. So if you put 30 gold and 10 ES, but you use up your 40 on the other instruments, and then Bitcoin sits up and you can't get in. Whose fault's that? Well, yours, because you put it all on these others. And Bitcoin may set up and give you an entry, and it may be the one that trends all day, and you miss it. You're going to kick yourself. But that's only because you breached your rules. So take the 40 contracts, and like I said, put it in here so it's set on your screen. Don't write a sticky note for this one, because you can actually put it on the chart. 10 contracts max, like up on gold. You can anchor that. Just hit that anchor there, and that'll anchor the text so it will not move. So guess what? Tomorrow, well, not tomorrow, but Sunday night when you trade, Monday, that 10 contract max is there. As your account grows, you increase the contract size. So you want to grow your account exponentially. So as your account grows and you leave money in it, as your account grows, you can increase the contract size. So when that 25K and you're doing 40 becomes a 30K, 35K, as it grows, you can increase your contract size. So you are growing your account exponentially to its growth. Same as invest any way you would invest in something. ES, I'm not in. I better check. No, I'm still only in gold and still in platinum, and I am in Bitcoin. I took a break of a previous high on Bitcoin and did get in. Not in ES, but I wanted to point out ES because it's right there at a 4 hour. So there's a 4 hour trend line that it is at right now, drawn off of these lows. And that's what that 4 hour line is. And that's the reason you got to peek out at the 4 hour time frame here and there. Because it's trying to break that. And all we got under it right now is I've got that yellow zone. So it may continue. So I exited with two there and got stopped out and did not get back in. But so far, it's been a good trade. Somebody got in. I don't know if any of you guys got in. So far, the gold trade's sloppy. Did I have that marked? Yeah, it's marked. So my stop is a little hair better and break even on it. I didn't mark my stop for you guys. So right now it's pulling back. I'll probably get stopped out on these because it's right there at break even. Or a little bit better. The middle of that X is where my stop is right now. So I got in, I actually got in 2 candles late. So for me, it only hit that 2 to 1. There it is right there. But again, I got in 5 here. I got in 1 candle late. So the 15-minute went back red here on this candle. And then the 1 hour actually turned right here on this candle. So I didn't get in too bad. No, actually, I did take that. Sorry, I took the open. Wait for a candle to close, 1 hour turn. So I did get on that signal. It just hasn't had follow through. So as far as I look at that is, I got in on a good entry. I got in when the 1 hour flipped back to red. So that's what I'm waiting on. I knew that the zone was here. So the reason why there's not 10 on this one, because remember 10 max on one instrument, is because my risk here was because of this yellow 4 hour zone. Okay, so that's my risk. I was getting in a little riskier. So I went in with half the contracts. I only went in with 5. Closed partial when it hit right here, 1 to 1. Closed out 3. Closed out 1 more here. I did not close it out at the 2 to 1 level. So it started pulling back and I closed it out. So okay with that. And then the stops to 1 better and break even. What do I want to do here? And the other is this one. And I'm still in platinum down here. And it's pulling back, but at break even. And the other is Bitcoin. So Bitcoin just pulled back. So I was in the positive for a while, and I need to move my stop because I would have moved my stop, but I have not marked it with the tool. So I just wanted to drag it over because I didn't have it marked so you guys could see where I got in. So I'll mark my entry. And where my stop was. So again, you can't fault yourself when you get into a trade if the market just doesn't move. So that's the Bitcoin where it was, and it did not go hit 1 to 1, so I didn't move my stop. So we'll see what it does. This might be a full loss, and I only put 2 on. If you notice, there's 2 on there only. Again, riskier trade. No news today to move the market, so we're lucky we're getting a few things that's trending, like platinum did. I'm out of platinum. It just stopped me out on my runner. So my entry price was on the trade on platinum was 9278. I'll still look for another entry short, but I moved my stop a little too close. So 9278 was my entry, and then the stop just got stopped out as 9276. I'd moved it just better than break even. And what's probably going to happen is it's going to turn and go back down. I moved my stop too close. I needed to keep it above the 4 hour. Who can I blame that on? I'll blame it on Beth. She made me move my stop too close. Yeah, I'm assuming, MC, you looking to short it again? It's right at that trend line, so ES still cranking. It hit that zone finally. So that was ES breaking that 4 hour trend line and hitting the 4 hour zone. So that was a good trade. And I caught part of it, but not the whole thing. No, I did not catch that one. That's the one I didn't get in. Still in gold. Gold's the only thing. Gold and Bitcoin. Those are the two I'm in still. So if gold stops me out, it's going to stop me out a little better than break even. And I'm fine with that because it's on one runner. So put on 5, closed out 3 when it hit right in here. Yeah, closed out 3 at this red candle right there. And that's at 1-to-1 at 2680.4. And then I closed out the other runner over here. And that was after it hit the 3. I needed to put limit orders on. So I knew I was going to close one there when it hit the 2-to-1 level, but was busy playing around with other stuff or showing you guys something. I don't know. So I'm going to have to start using some limit orders more than I usually do. I usually do not use limit orders. So I'm going to have to, I was just stopped out of gold. So gold I'm out of. It just hit stop. It's almost 11. You have to decide if you're going to trade past 11 on a Friday. Between 11 and 12 is when you should typically think about possibly moving out. So on the $1,500 drawdown with the funded accounts, you have to be careful. Because if you risk $500, that's what you have to look at, is that right there. You're setting up your max contracts. So again, if you're watching 4 instruments, I want to reserve, if you can do 40 contracts on that 25K account, I can reserve 10 contracts each for entries. And I do that. I look at multiple instruments, and this for this reason, because I just got in Bitcoin. I didn't get in Bitcoin earlier when it actually signaled. I wasn't watching it. I was too busy trading other stuff. So if you put on, just say to yourself, 10 contracts max, that has to be 100% setup. So on 100% setup, we don't expect to get stopped out. If I'm taking a trade and it's a 70% setup, I expect to get taken out of that more often than 100% setup. Of course, that being said, any one of them can turn around. So I would max at 10. When I place a trade, if I look at placing a trade and look to put 10 on, if where I'm supposed to put that stop, so when I get in on a trade, so I got in It doesn't matter what you get in. But say you look back, this one down here on ES. Let me kind of zoom it in. Take it out of that. So again, say you're getting in there and so you're getting in short on this candle and your stop, only because I don't have it down here, your stop has to be up here. So if you look at taking that trade with 10 contracts, that's the max per instrument you have reserved. And you look to put in 10, here's what you have to say to yourself. Can I take 10? So it's very easy to take trades. It's very easy to close trades, very easy to move your stop. The hard part is managing that. It's not, let's get in every trade and place 10 contracts because I'm trading a funded account. Don't care if I lose the $18 I paid for the 25K eval. That is not what it's about. You're actually trying to pass these things so you can get on the PA account and you can actually get money and get paid. So it's not the thrill of the game and getting in the EAs or evals. So that being said, my setup is I'm allowed to take 40 contracts in trades. So let's say this is not platinum, it's a micro. I'm watching 4. Then I say to myself, I can take 10 contracts max. Then I look at ES. Before I even look at trade ES, I look at a couple things. Before I'm looking at even seeing this candle, it's pulling back. The 4 hours against me. I'm looking at trading the 15-minute and the 1 hour. So the 15 minutes red, 1 hour's red. I'm in short. 15-minute goes green. I might even close out that short. Look for another, close out the short. And wait for the 15-minute to cycle back. So the 15-minute cycles back here, and then boom, you get back in short again. 10 contracts is your max. But wait, the 4 hours not in line. Okay, I'm going to shorten that to 6. Now, my stop's going to be here, or my entry's going to be here. How far is my stop? Measure that out. Take your measuring tool and measure out. And I've got it on magnet again. Doggone it. So I can't get it up there. Hang on. But just take that tool and measure and mark it, from that entry to the stop up here. You would know where your stop is ahead of time. So as this 3-minute candle is pulling down and breaking that trend line, you're saying to yourself, boy, if this closes red, I'm looking to short 10 contracts. Oh, wait, the 4 hour is not in line. Let's go 6. Now let's look at where the stop's going to be. Stop's way up here. You're measuring that out, and let's say with 10 contracts, you're thinking, man, I just want to go for it. I want to go for it. I want to put 10 on. I just want to go for it. And you're not shortening your contracts because that's green. I'm going to go 10 all in. Measure from there to the stop. And if that's $500, are you taking that risk? Because you have a $1,500 drawdown. I am not taking that risk because that means I could lose 3 trades like that and I just blew the account. And that could happen quickly in one day. So what I would have to do is then, if I am risking 500, I can only take 3 losses like that and the account's blown. So let's look at adjusting in half. What if I only put on 5? Okay, that brings you back to reality, right? Okay, maybe I won't put 10 on because I could potentially lose a third of that, go in the negative right off the bat. So let's look at putting on 5. Well, at 5, you'd lose 250. You could take 6 losses. Well, let's look at adjusting that down to 3 contracts. That loss is going to be a lot less. So you're looking at how long can you stay in and trade that account without getting blown. And you're increasing your time. So if you're looking at getting in with 10 on every trade with a $500 loss, you better be right more times than you're wrong, or you're going to blow it quick. You're going to blow a third of your drawdown. if you lose on that trade. So you better pick great entries. So in order to last longer, okay, have a better chance of succeeding on that eval account, then shorten your contract size. And it's going to be hard. And you're going to shorten it down to 2. But that's what I've been doing all day in my son's account. And it really doesn't. So Wednesday, Tuesday night, I took over one of his accounts. I told him because he hasn't traded in a week because he said something was wrong with his computer and he will not let me look at it. He just, last night he was talking to a girl. I don't know if it's his new girlfriend or what, but I went in there like 6:30 or something. I don't know. It was before we ate dinner. Whatever time it was. Hey, boot up your computer. I want to look at it. I'm busy. I'm like, I'm here now. I'm like, right now, look at you. Well, you won't go to bed till 10 or 11 or 12, so you can come in later. Look, I said at 10 or 11, 12, I am not coming in and working on computer issues. I said, that's not, I'm going to be relaxing. And I said, I'm here now. And he's done that to me every day for a week. So he's either been on his PS4 and been busy or whatever. So I decided I will not make payments. That's just me. I hate payment. I hate subscriptions. So like on TradingView, I do the yearly. I get a deal, get the Black Friday deal every year and pay for a year. My real estate software, it was $400 a month. I thought it was stupid. $400 a month over 12 months. That's $4,800. So they had one time, they only did it once. It was back in 2018. I think it was 18, 17, somewhere in there, where they did a special. They wanted more clients. It was $1,500 for a lifetime to buy this real estate software. And it is awesome software. It does everything. Well, you better believe I paid the $1,500. That was like a no-brainer for me because over the year before I paid $4,800. That killed me. I hate payments on software. I just absolutely hate it. So I told him when I bought him these accounts. So he has one PA. I bought him a eval in, I don't know, guys, March, April. It was the beginning of the year. And he had already been learning on paper. So I bought him an eval. He passed it in like 3 days using the same signals. And it was a little different. It just had a buy and sell come on the chart for him. And that's all he was trading was gold, buy and sell. And he passed the eval in like 3 days. So we got his PA. He started trading that. And then recently he found a kid in school that trades futures and trades Bitcoin. So he come home and said, I want to trade Bitcoin. I said, okay. I thought he was going to trade Bitcoin instead of gold. But I told him, you're not trading it in your PA account. He's done good. He's been able to get cash out every month. And I only let him withdraw 1/3. So on the PA accounts, hit your cash payout. Don't withdraw max. Only withdraw 1/3. Leave 2/3 in there to build a stop cushion, your drawdown cushion. And he's been doing that. So we've been building that account up. So I said, okay, you want to trade Bitcoin? That's fine. We'll get you set up on Bitcoin with the signals, but you're not trading in your PA account. Don't want you blowing it. You've never traded Bitcoin. So I bought 2 evals. Because I thought, what if he passes, if I get him another 25K eval and he passes it in 3 days, he will have nothing to do because I wanted him to trade Bitcoin for a month before he does it in the PA. So I thought I better buy 2 because if he passes one in like a week, I don't want him to sit there twiddling his thumbs because he'll be itching to trade Bitcoin because his friend's trading it. And he will have no account to jump in but the PA account. Which I don't want him doing that yet. I want him to trade a good solid month. So I bought 2. And if he passed it, the thought process was he passes the first one, then while we're getting that set up on the PA, he can trade the other. And if he passed that one as well, then I'd get the PA and get him another eval. I want him to trade a month. So without him letting me go into his computer, and I told him last night, I said, I'm going to look and see when I made your payments on your evals.
because I said that third week I will take them over. So not the third week, but the fourth. So the 1 week before the payments due on those, I said I'm taking them over. And the deal with him is if he passes the eval, he gets a PA. He trades the PA, he gets the full cash out. That's all his, whatever we pull out. If I pass the eval for him, then that locks him into he can trade the PA. I don't care. And if I pass the eval for him, it's because I am not willing to make a payment because I know I can just step in and pass the eval. But if I do that, so here's the thing. I didn't want him thinking, oh, Dad will step in. I just won't trade 3 weeks. Dad will step in on week 4 and he'll trade, pass my eval, and then I can get the PA and get all the money. Oh, no. It comes with a penalty. So when I pass the eval for him, which is what I did Wednesday on one of them, then when he trades the PA and he makes the money and he gets a withdrawal, I get a percentage of every withdrawal he makes. And he still has to pay me back for all the costs. He's been covering that. But that's the deal. That's the contract he stepped in with me. So I don't know if that's part of it. And I'm okay with that. If he's willing to give up part of his profit because I passed an eval for him, that's on him. It's his business. He's going to run it the way he wants. Now, if I trade the PA, if I see that he is not trading his PA, and I step in to trade the PA to build it up and get cash out, guess who gets most of the cash out? It's me. Guess who doesn't need the cash out? It's me. But I'm trying to teach him about that. He's going to choose his own path in this business. And he may just let me end up trading them. But I make most of the money then. He gets the small portion. John, it's still going to be the same on that. On these, I don't like going more than $200 risk on them. I don't go up to a $500 risk on a trade on this small account on the 25K. It's 200 max. So typically it's that 100 or 200 because I'm only putting in typically like 2 lots. 2's the smallest I like putting on because I like to be able to close that partial. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to set him up for is just everything. He's got a contract on his car. I mean, we bought his car. It's a used Audi, and we paid like $6,500 for it. And we bought it for him. I mean, we paid the cash. He didn't have it, and but he's got a loan on it. I said, okay, I'll buy your car, but I want you to pay $2,000 on it. Guys, my first car was brought home on a tow truck. It was a Maverick, 3 on the tree, no engine, no seats. That was my first car. So my dad paid for all the parts, but guess who had to help him put it together? That was my first car. I had a few. I had a Mach 1 as well. I wish I had the cars I had back then. A Nova, Malibu, Monte Carlo, Cougar, that Maverick, that Mach 1. I had some really nice cars, but they weren't nice when we bought them. He even bought a 1950 panel truck, 6-cylinder, with no engine. And him, my brother, and I, we worked on that. And that was something because we had to change everything it was all wired for, or 6 volt. Sorry. It was all wired 6 volt. So we had to change it over to 12 volt. So that was more than just a typical, refurbish for us. I miss all mine. Yeah, I miss them now. But so that was my expense. My expense on the cars wasn't, I didn't have to put up the money, but I had to get them running. I had to help rebuild them. So for Tyler, we bought the car, but I just told him, I said, you're going to pay toward the car, $2,000 loan. And with him, he is literal. And if you don't draw something up on a contract, it'll come back to bite you. What payment? What are you talking about? Why are you supposed to make $100 payment? I don't even remember talking about that. So we learned quickly with him that we have to do contracts. I forget the first contract we made him sign. I think he wanted to borrow money for something. I don't know. It was a small contract for $200. So it's not that we don't have the $200 and didn't have the $200. We had the $200. We bought, it was something to do with this PS4. I don't remember what it was though. But it's about teaching him. I don't want my kids leaving the house when they're 18, 19, 20, whatever, and not knowing how to survive out there. Because here's the thing. I never went to my dad. So when I moved out of the house and went to get a loan on a vehicle, I didn't go to my dad and say, can you help me figure this out? You know, when I bought my first house, it was me and my wife. Well, we didn't go to our parents, and ask for their opinion or what would you do or where could we get rates. I don't want we figured it out on our own, but I don't want to see my kids do that. The first thing I bought with a credit card was a ring for my girlfriend back in high school. And well, I was 18. So it was right before I graduated, 18, went to Rogers Jewelers at the mall, got me a credit card, thought I was cool. I had it going on, bought her a ring. She loved the ring. As soon as I walked out of that store, I was in debt and had payments. So I didn't really know about you buy a loaf of bread with a credit card. The loaf of bread's $2 and you don't pay that off for 3 or 4 months. And you just paid $10 for a loaf of $2 bread. I mean, that's what it equates to. I don't like to see anybody buy money or buy groceries on credit unless they can pay that off at the end of the month. So I talk to people, and that's part of when I sit at the coffee shop, I get people coming in all the time. It's like, can you look over all my bills? Can you help me figure this out? And I don't mind. I do some of that there. But and then I had 18-year-old kid that I know, he's a friend of Tyler's. He stopped in there the other day because they know I'm sitting there a lot in the afternoon. And he stopped in and he's wanting to learn about managing his credit, getting credit, using credit correctly, so that he can get into investing as he gets older, which I love seeing. I love helping kids out like that. Because I know he's got a good head on his shoulders. Always had. I've known him for 5 years. Tyler's known him for 5 years. So, but just for a kid to ask that, and he's like, and I don't ask. It's not like I'm going to sit there and look at the kid and go, well, isn't your mom and dad teaching you anything? Because if he's asking me, I already know the answer to that question. They're not teaching him anything, and they probably don't know. That's the sad part. I wish they had. I think every school should have some kind of education based on all that. The best thing they had in my school was checkbook record keeping, but they didn't teach you about credit. You want to know why schools don't teach about credit? The government makes a ton of money off credit, the credit industry. Why? Why would they teach kids how to properly use credit when they're going to get older and mismanage it, and the credit card company is going to make a lot of money, and that's going to equate to the government making a lot of money as well? So why teach kids how to properly manage that? We're just going to lose money over time. And that's sad. Letting the kids go into debt. So anyways, he's got a $2,000 loan on his car, $100 a month. He can miss the payment. So he missed a couple payments, not paying. He's got the money in his checking account, just won't cut Beth a check. We make him write a check. He cannot go just pull out $100. And you know why? If we made him sign a contract, we have a folder in our file cabinet where he signs a check over to us. We photocopy the check and we put it in the file cabinet with his loan doc. Because he's literally, if he paid us cash, it would be, he'll miss this month's payment. Next month, we'll be like, hey, you owe us 2 payments. No, I paid you last month. No, you didn't. Yeah, I paid you cash. That's where he would go. So he has to write us a check. So we're teaching him how to do that too. Write checks, balance checkbook. I want my kids to be able to survive. We do. So when I was single and out on my own, I actually used envelopes. So I got my paycheck at the end of the week. I cashed it and I left some in, and then I put some in a gas envelope and a lunch envelope and just a splurge envelope for going out shooting pool or whatever. And then I found out later Dave Ramsey had an envelope system. So I was actually doing it before. I think he already had it. Don't get me wrong. I didn't invent the stupid thing. But I didn't know about him. And when I met Beth, she's like, how do you even? And I'm like, well, I put money into little envelopes. I have a gas envelope and I put money in there every month. So if I need gas for my car, I pull the money out of that. And I have reserve and I have a splurge. You know, splurge was for going out for movies or shooting pool or whatever with friends going out. And then she's like, well, that's Dave Ramsey does that. Is that where you learned it? And I'm like, no, that's what I'm doing. And I might have learned it from my stepmom because she's a big saver and couponer. So when I found out about that, I was looking into him. I actually used to teach the Ramsey thing, the whole course, the videos and all that. And I don't agree with some of it, but some of it really helps people. The one thing I don't believe in is going out and buying $1,000 car because that's all you can afford. Because I know if I bought Tyler $1,000 car, I know we would have already had issues with it, if not repairing it, new tires, everything else. And you'd start dumping money into it that first year. And then you're like, well, if I would have just bought a $4,000 car, I wouldn't have had to do all this and I'd have been better off. So nice. Yeah. And we do that too. So, well, that's awesome. Yeah. So we're trying to build, teach them responsibility. Nobody else is going to teach them, man. And the thing is, they'll barely listen to their parents. So you're lucky if the kids even listen and do what you tell them. All you can do is try. They're going to hear what they want to hear and do what they want to do. So, but I know when they leave the house, I've done my job. And anytime they come to me, I'll be able to help them. And anytime I find out they're getting ready to make a major purchase, so my hope is that they will always come to me and ask me before they do something with money. And I'm just going to give them the best advice I can. After that, it's up to them to pull the trigger or not. I missed getting back in platinum. Too busy over here talking. But it did pull back to that 4-hour zone. And yeah, I missed it. Tyler's going to be. Well, I thought you were going to do those quickly. Well, I got to talking. He hates that. He hates listening to me talk about trading. That's part of why he's not in here. Well, he's in school right now, but he was off for that half week or 4 days, and last week, and I was like, "You gonna come in 7 o'clock? We'll be on YouTube." I told him he could hook his laptop up to my big screen over there. That way, he could watch me in here with you guys, and he could be trading over there. Oh, I'll trade from my room. I said, "Well, are you going to turn YouTube on?" "No, I'll just trade off signals." He does not like to hear me. I'll start talking to him about something. He'll be like, "Are you going to talk about trading all night?" Maybe. Okay, I'm gone. If I want him to leave a room, I just got to talk about trading, and he will leave the room. I think it's funny, but at least I know what pushes him around. So yeah, on the contract side, just adjust it down accordingly. But like I said, I don't like risking more than 200. But at a lot of time, if you're putting on 2 contracts, I'm not risking, up to that 200. It's more like 100 to 200. But that's how you should set up overall. How many are you allowed placing? Then divide that by how many instruments. That's going to give you a contract limit. Wait a minute. Let's change this for max. Here we go. We're going to have a 10 contract limit. How's that, Max? There we go. We now have a 10 contract limit instead of max. Oh, why didn't it copy that one? There we go. That's better. And we'll put it on platinum, but we'll have to change that to 2. So if you have to do something like this, just do it. Get it on your chart. That's to remind you. That's your max, limit that you're going to put on. There you go. 10. No, we're no longer calling it a 10 contract max. It's a 10 contract limit. And if you have to add something else in there that you want to ultimately, and you don't have to put ultimately in there, but you can put, if I can, see, I told you my fingers aren't always working. That's your $200. We got to call it a limit now. $200 limit per trade. So your 10 contracts is your limit. That's your limit on how many you're going to place per trade. However, you're going to adjust the contract size so that you only limit yourself to a $200 loss per trade. I'll have to figure out a way to do that because I'll probably move it back here. I'm going to put it back here so it stays out of your guys' way. I'm going to make that smaller. What do we want, 20? Because guess what I'm going to make you guys do? I can't make you put it on your chart. However, I can put it on all mine. So I'm going to leave those on mine. I hope you don't care they're there. But I'm going to try as much as I can to help you guys stick to rules. You should have rules set up for your trading. And then we're going to change, of course, platinum to 2. But you should have, go ahead and put something like that on your chart so you don't forget. So you don't come in, Monday morning or Sunday night and you just go place that 10 contract trade. You just go in and place it. Like you come in on a Sunday night, you see something breaking like ES, breaking a trend line, and you're like, okay, I know my stop is supposed to be above that high. You go ahead, jump in with 10 contracts, put your stop there. And after you're done, you realize that you just risked $400 or $500. Right? So go ahead and pop something on your chart. But that will be, that way you don't forget. I am in absolutely nothing. So I'm not taking another trade. It's 11:20 Friday. Well, it's been okay today. I mean, overall, profited in this account. And the thing is with me, I could have traded differently in this, a little more aggressively, and just closed out with higher. But I'm trying to teach him, and he can log in and see this. So he can see the trade markers on this, the execution markers. So, and I'm trying to teach him how to trade responsibly. So I don't want him logging in and seeing, oh, heck, he placed a $40 trade on, on Bitcoin as it was dropping and closed out quickly. I'm not doing risky trading in here because I don't want to. Well, typically I don't do that anyways, but I don't want to do that and then him see that and then think that's okay, because long term it's not okay. So it's getting close to that. Does anybody trade between 11 and 12, taking entries? I don't know when you guys cut it off. I cut it off different days. Depends on what I've done in the morning and if I see a great setup in the afternoon. Like if I see something out of sync and everything syncs back up, well, then I might jump in something between 11 and noon. But sometimes this week, I don't remember what day. One day it was like right around 11. I was just like, I'm not trading anymore. And then the days after the Australian news trade, so Tuesday we knew we weren't going to have movement, and today the same. There's no news Monday, Tuesday, and today. So no news days. Again, when news comes out, volume picks up. I'll keep repeating this till you don't forget it. You'll get sick of me saying it, right? Till you write it down or something. But when news comes out, we get more volume. Volume steps in. The volume of traders, the volume that's traded, from the hedge funds and the countries and the big banks, the 7 banks. So volume steps in. The big banks are trading. They're trading off that. They're typically trading ahead of market. So you'll start seeing move sometimes before news. So again, we need the volume because the volume will create volatility. That volatility then will create momentum, which in turn gives us the movement. If we get into a trade, what do we need to make money? We need movement. And we get that. So that's how the news trades. I don't know how else. I hope that explains it to you. That's the best way I could ever think of to explain it. That's why I keep repeating it, because that's the best way I've found to explain how news plays out. I mean, I could draw 20 million different diagrams and explain it 20 million ways, but the best way I've found is that we know that on news days, we know that volume is stepping in, the volume of what's being traded. So there's big, heavy volume coming into play in news trades. And again, that volume creates that volatility. Because we're going to get volume on the buy side, we're going to get volume on the sell side. So now we just got volatility. That volatility is going to settle a little bit and create some momentum in one direction or another. And that momentum gives us movement in that one direction or another, which gives us our profit. Because we can get in trades all day long, and if there is no movement, we don't profit. And I hate sitting in a back and forth movement. So on no news days, I don't expect great trades. And we're not getting great trades. I mean, we've had ES went up. I was in long over here, then short in here somewhere. And then it stopped me out on my runner, only to continue down short. And the 4 hour come back in line. So great trade if you would have taken the 1 hour or the 15-minute come back in line with the 1 hour, and then the 4 hour followed suit. It came in line, and we've had a great drop off that. So that's after the U.S. stock market opened. Oh, yeah. If you're trading 4 instruments, yeah. So you have to decide if you're going to trade the 4 instruments at once. So you have to be picking good entries on that. On his, I'm not even doing that. On this one, I'm going like 2 to 4 contracts. The max I placed today was 5. I can't remember the max I placed yesterday. But I've been trading for a long time. So and of course, that's why when you finally do get your PA account, that's why I say don't cash it all out. I know you want to. You get that cash payout sitting there on a PA account and you really want to cash it all out. I don't recommend doing it. I recommend a third max, quarter to a third. So what I recommend doing is so I started the funded accounts because Aaron was doing funded accounts. So the first one I opened was Apex because that's who he was trading. So I stepped into futures only because he was trading futures. So he was trading Nasdaq. I'd never traded the indices. I'd never traded gold. The only thing I've ever traded was Forex. So met him long time ago, but then I found out he was trading futures. So he's like, why don't you trade futures? Loved Nasdaq. He's only trading Nasdaq. I'm like, I've never even looked at it. So he's like, well, I trade through Apex, got a funded account. And he's like, goes through TradingView, got it linked, but I trade through Trade-of-8, but watch it on TradingView. Like, okay. So in order to help him, because he was struggling with this trading, I mean, this kid was literally buying, 20 eval accounts and blowing them all, or 20 eval accounts and getting PA accounts across the board, 10 or 20 PA accounts, and then blowing them all. I'm like, this dude's losing like $2,000 a month doing this. And I'm like, so I was like, I need to try and help him if I can. Well, he wasn't willing to trade Forex. No, I'm only doing Nasdaq. So that's when I started looking at TradingView, looking at Nasdaq, trading with him, and then just not switching to futures, but added futures because I still trade Forex heavily. So that's what brought me over into futures. But on the closeout of your PA, so how I did mine was I bought 2 eval accounts, passed them very quickly. They were 50Ks, passed them very quickly, got the PAs, traded both the PAs separately, not linked. This was all separate. Passed an eval, paid for the PA. So once I passed an eval, I just switched over and started trading the other. So it was like a 2-day process, passed both the evals. You had to make 3,000 in each or lose 2,500. Got the PAs. traded them separately, did not link them together. First PA account got it to a payout. When I set to cash out, it was not the full amount. And that's what you have to fight, because emotionally, that's what you want to do. You want to close out. I think everybody should pull out profit, because after all, why are you doing it if you're not realizing and closing out profit and putting it in your hand? You need to see that. But I like to leave in a cushion. I want to build my account, so I have that drawdown cushion, because the drawdown or your threshold, your stop threshold, will freeze on these accounts. It'll freeze and it will never go up if you leave cash in and grow it. The problem is people take a full payout, and now they got a potential $600 stop to blow the account, and then they got to start the whole process over. I'm not willing to do that. So for me, how I designed and set this all up on a spreadsheet, because I'm a numbers guy and I love spreadsheets. And yes, that's just the way I work. So I set up a spreadsheet of how I was going to build this, my prop funded business, because I set everything else up like a business, like a job, career, business, whatever I'm calling it. For me, it's a business. So bought 2 evals, passed one. Then while I'm waiting, if it's like, and the reason why I bought 2 is because if I'm trading, if I buy 2 this weekend and Monday I go to start trading, and I start at 7, and if things start moving and I pass that eval by 9 o'clock, if that's the only 2 accounts I have, I'd have to switch to paper trading if I wanted to trade anymore, right? If I had nothing else to log into. So that's why you buy 2. Pass the 1, and then I can jump into something else the rest of Monday morning. Get the PA account that night, and the next day you can start trading the PA account. So again, you get your withdrawal, you leave, you only pull a quarter to a third max. That's your limit, but only pull a quarter to a third out. Take that quarter to a third, buy another eval, pocket the rest. Well, here's what I did. Buy another eval. I make sure to withdraw enough. So out of the 1 PA account, what I did, and this was my plan, to only withdraw enough, because I'm trying to build up the cushion for the drawdown to blow it out. So pass the PA, get to the PA out amount that you can cash out. I only withdrew enough to buy 2 more evals and to pay for the 2 PA accounts. None to pocket. And with the second PA account, same thing. Only withdraw enough to pay for 2 evals and make the payment to pay for the 2 PA accounts, assuming you pass them. But that's the plan. If I fail them, I fail them. If I failed the evals. But the plan was to only withdraw enough to pay for the 2 purchase 2 evals, and then pay the 2 lifetimes on the PAs. I don't do anything but the lifetime on them, because I don't plan on blowing them. So it's only a little bit of extra money. And then what you do is you're leaving the rest in for a cushion. You start linking them together. And I didn't link them all together. I linked 2 together. And then I had 2 more I bought. I'd link 1 in. And then as I build up that cushion, I'd link another in. As I build up a cushion, what happens is then you start trading $50,000, and you're not trading $50,000. People all the time, they're like, man, I got a $50,000. I'm trading $50,000 of money. I got a $50,000 PA account, or they get 2. I'm trading $100,000 of money. No, you're not. You got a $50,000 PA account. It has a $2,500 drawdown. How much money are you really trading with? You're trading $2,500, because if you lose it, you blow it. So when people talk to me about, hey, I got a $100,000 PA account I'm trading with, I'm like, can you trade with all that $100,000? All of it. You can trade tomorrow and risk the whole $100,000. And then they say, of course, what? No. Well, no. I'm like, okay, you're not trading with $100,000. I say, I have a $100,000 trading account. It's a cash account. Tomorrow I can trade with that. I can blow it all. I can lose it all. That's truly a $100,000 account. But if you have a $100,000 prop account, you can only lose $6,000. Or not 6,000 on the 100, sorry. That's on the 300. So on the 300, you can only lose 6. So do you really have that amount of funds to lose? No, you don't. So you're not trading on a $50,000 account. You're not trading a $50,000 account. There's not $50,000 in there you can lose. You can lose 2,500. On the 25K accounts, you can lose 1,500. So that's really your account size. I know it looks good. You got 25,000 in there, but 1,500, it's blown. So that's your potential loss. So whatever your potential loss is on these, that's really how you have to look at your account size on them. It's just got to be kind of a shift in how you look at it. So Bitcoin, I was just getting ready to delete this line, but it did break that little retracement line up. Did test the backside, but it's crawling up the backside now. So the one thing that would have kept me out of that, let me talk about that, because right there's a red triangle. Okay. So I wouldn't, that red triangle you're ignoring, right? So as it dropped aggressively, it turned, started pulling up. I drew this retracement line up there. I was waiting for a bounce to get in short. The 4 hours still what? Green. So I'm trading against the 4 hour trend. The 1 hour was red. So it turned red. So I was looking to get in short. It broke the little trend line and then pulled back to test it, green candle test there, red candle short. The 15-minute did go red. I did not take it short. It went red at the close of that candle, started this one. So it went red here, but it was a green candle. So that's a no-no. We need a red candle. Okay. So typically we might take this short just on the fact that if we were not watching the 1 hour and 4 hour down here. So that would be a signal to get in short. But the candle wasn't, or the triangle wasn't red up there. The other thing you have to pay attention to is this right here. What is it printing more of on the 15-minute? Okay, so we're looking at the 3-minute time frame. However, it's printing more green triangles than we're getting red up here. So that's my caution to not get in yet short. And then since I didn't, I'm glad, because I'd be in drawdown. So that's how you read the signals on the 15, how they're printing. Where's it printing more of? Well, it's printing more green, and green's actually with the 4 hour. So to me, it's kind of mixed, and I'm not jumping in on that. If the 1 hour was, still green and stayed green, I'd have jumped in back here on a long. But it turned because of the big move down. So I want to see, this looks like it might be a head and shoulders, guys. On it is a 3-minute, which 3-minute candle formations do not always pan out. But over here on gold, once you mark those, you're going to get the neckline show. Typically, when the neckline breaks, it moves. Typically, you want the neckline like that right there. Is how you want the neckline. I don't know where the top of this is going to stop. I'd love for it to stop right here where it's at. I'm not going to tick it here yet because I don't know. But that's what I'm watching. So if it makes a lower high in here, I will pull this down to wherever that high is. So I don't want to leave it there in the way for you guys. So I am going to kind of kick it out of here. I don't think, obviously, if it pulls up way up here and breaks this high, it's not a head and shoulders pattern. So we need it to turn somewhere below this high over here. Okay. I'm just dragging it out of your way right now. So if we get a lower high here and it starts printing red candles, well then we would look for the neckline to break, and that would be an entry. But technically, we have a low wick down here. So technically, the neckline's way down here. So for me, if I'm waiting on the neckline to break, I'm getting in kind of late because it may just go to that low or inside bottom. So I'm not looking to get in that late. So if I'm looking to get in, it's going to be more like this. I'd take that. So I don't like that those wicks were down there, but you know, you're looking at candle bodies or wicks and putting it up at this candle body or here, and you're taking that neckline break. So that may not even play out. I just noticed it. It may go up and break that high, and that we just have to take that off the screen completely. But these are things I like to, you know, I don't really look for them. I just notice them. It's kind of like the triangle or the pendant flag. Are we still in platinum? I know I'm not, but. And if we pull in more candles on gold, that's that high right there basically is what has played out. So if you look at this high, and you can look to the left where it dropped and stalled out there, that's the area that it tried to break here, came up and touched, so, or near it. So it more than likely is going to make a run to that. I don't know if it's going to get a lower high or not. So I need to try, I might try it today. You're still in platinum. I think when I lock this computer, it shuts down. I don't know if you guys remember what time it shut down yesterday, because I leave it running and I don't know if the streams stay for you guys all day. When I logged in, it was, or went in at the coffee shop for lunch and checked it, it was shut down. The charts were, for some reason, and it just had on screen up, just that, without me in it. So I don't know if it's the streaming software. It's been letting us stream for whatever. What do we have the one on? 13 hours. So it's been letting it stay. So I'll probably do that today. I'll leave the stream up all day, and then later this afternoon sometime, I'll just log the computer out and log back in and see if that does anything. So I don't know, maybe about 3 o'clock. I got a Christmas party at 5. A bunch of real estate investors that we're all. It's a small group. We're all on a team. There's only 35 of us, but we get into some big projects together. We all have our own little, you know, houses we buy and flip and rental properties, and but we've got into some big package deals together. And I love those. The biggest was 100 homes a couple years ago, 100 homes, rentals, 4-bed, 2-bath, 1-car attached garage. Every home was identical This is no lie. 100 homes. The company that bought them was out of California, bought each lot, double lot. So these are double lots in the city of Dayton, not in the best neighborhoods. Double lots in the city of Dayton. They bought all the lots from the city for $1. Each double lot was $1, but they had to build brand new homes on them. They had a 1-year time span to build them, and they weren't allowed selling them off. So they did get some government money involved in that deal. So they picked one home, and guys, these were modulars. So you picture a 2-story home, 4-bed, 2-bath, 1-car attached garage. They were literally brought in on 4 semi-trucks and slapped together, sewn together. Big 2-story, 100 of them. They did it over a year span. I don't know how long it took them, but they had a year span according to Dayton. And we went over, my lawyer combed over everything. So we almost lost the deal because we weren't set up to meet the, I don't know what's called LIAC, or there was something in there. I couldn't even tell you details on it. The lawyer handles all that. He's one of the investors in the group. And we weren't allowed selling them. So part of our purchase to buy the package was that we were not allowed to sell them because there was 20 empty. My plan was to buy the package because I was lead on the package. I'm the one that found it. So I'm like the one running everything. So guess who doesn't really have to put any money in? That would be me. So I find the package. I have the other investors. Guess who actually cashes a paycheck when I close on it? That would be me. So this is what my lawyer helped me structure. I'm the one that found the deal. I'm the one that's lead on the project. The other investors don't do a thing but put up money. I handle everything. I get the contractors in. I get things done. I get things repaired. I have maintenance that goes in. I handle all that. And actually, I have a couple of people that handle that for me now. So I don't have to do any of that on a deal. But I need money. If I'm going to manage all that, right? Don't I need money for doing it? Shouldn't I get paid? Yes, I should. So I get paid up front. So at closing, so whenever the investors buy in on this package, they actually not only are buying the package, but they're paying in a fee up front for me to handle managing it. The first year's fee is paid up front for me. And it's not put in escrow or anything. I just get that money up front. And then as the rents come in and all that, then that money gets put in an escrow account for next year's payment. And it's a big payment every year. So if I'm not performing on the package, if I'm not managing it well, if I'm not selling them off and managing maintenance and all that, well, guess who doesn't get paid next year? It would be me. So that's the way we build these deals. And my plan was to sell off 20. I had a real estate investor friend of mine that's not in the group, but he's a good friend of mine. He actually is the realtor that sells my houses. He found out I was buying these because I told him, I said, I'm going to have 20 units that are vacant and I'm going to rehab 10 of them and sell them off. And then I'll rehab the other 10. And he was like, how much do you want for them now as they sit? And I'm like, why? Do you have a buyer or are you going to, because he owns rentals. He's like, no, I want to buy the vacants, 20 vacant. I'm like, okay, well, let me figure it out because I knew what I was buying in at. And that was the plan. Sell off 20 right off the bat. I was going to close in December, which we did, but I was going to sell off in January 20. So the investors were like, dude, that's great. You're going to sell 20 off a month after you buy the 100. So they were all fired up. Well, then we found out we can't do it because they're tied in with the city of Dayton and how they structured deal with this company built them. So I was really disappointed. So then I had to go back to that realtor and say, I'm not allowed selling them at the beginning of the year like that. So we had to actually buy and hold them for 10 years before we could sell. And we're still under that. So it was disappointing because that wasn't my plan. that I created for the deal. So, but we weren't going to let that distract us from the real goal, which was buying them all. So then the investor group, we changed the strategy because we wanted to sell off some. Basically, we like to buy a package like that. You buy 100 homes. If we can sell off 50% to pay us back for the entire package and the fix-up we've done, we want money escrowed to fix up, then we have no money out of pocket. And that's what we try and do. Or I buy 20 and I might have to sell off 14 or 16, and I'm keeping 4, but those 4 are free and clear. In the end, I haven't paid anything out of pocket. That's what I look for. It's kind of like trading. We get in a trade, we close partial, and then we get to move our stop to break even. It's the same thing, kind of. So we changed our plan, and between the investors, because it's their money, I put up no money. So it's their money. So I'm only partial in the decision making. So I went back to them and said, hey, we can't sell off, but we still want to buy the package. They're like, yes, we still want to buy a package. So I was like, here's what I want to do. We are not allowed selling the homes, but we can do a lease purchase on the homes. We're just not allowed to sell them outright. So I said, are you guys willing? Because we're buying them anyways. So they're going to buy them and have cash out sitting for 10 years. So I was like, we can get buyers early. We just have to do a 10-year lease. And that's what we did. So we bought them, and then we sold some off with 10-year leases. We're the bank, basically, on those. So, and then at the end of the 10-year lease, it's a purchase. So we just had to restructure what we had structured on the deal structure. Yeah. Those are killer deals. I mean, I've had some absolute killer deals, but that's the biggest package I've found. And that was somebody found it and brought it to me. So I have several people looking for deals, and specifically, I love the packages. And the reason why I love the packages, there aren't as many people that can take those down. They don't have the money to take them down. And you don't have to have all the money. You just need other buyers that have money to come in with you. But I love them. Nobody else is going into the MLS and looking up packages. And the one package I did, 2018, it was 28 homes, 2 years back taxes, hoarder homes involved, no maintenance done on any of them over the years. And the reason why, I had no competition for this package. And there's a couple reasons why. One, the manager was a realtor. Do you think? And the manager was getting paid for handling the renters and the maintenance and all that. The rent has to be collected by a agent. Okay, it can be a lawyer. It could be a real estate agent. What do I want to say? Sorry. Oh, so the realtor, if they sold the package off, the owner, the realtor was going to lose his rental commission, his commission off the rents on 28 homes. Do you think he wanted to do that? No. So who do you think listed them incorrectly? He did. Well, not incorrectly, but he didn't do the best by his client. So he listed all 28 homes under one address in Kettering, and it was the owner's address. So it was a $1.2 million tag he put on that. Well, anybody looking to buy a home in Kettering is not looking for a $1.2 million house. They're looking for between 100 and 150. So a client looking for a home is going to go to their realtor and say, hey, I want you to look for me a house in Kettering, $140,000 max. That realtor is going to put about 160 in there, knowing that they can get sellers to come down or buyers to go up. So they'll put about 160 and look. They're not punching in 1.2 million. Because if they would put, 1.3 or 5 million, they would see that package. So I look for the packages. I don't look by price. I look for packages, deals. Typically if I go in and look under MLS for packages, I'm going to find multiple homes listed under one address. So that was the package deal. That's what they started at, was 1.2. I got them way down off that. 252,000 is what I got all 28 homes for. They, and the homeowner was really pleased. The realtor's the one that put it at that price for all of them, and they weren't worth that at all. And he knew that. Like I said, the realtor did not do, I had to go around. I had my realtor and my lawyer. We had to go straight to the homeowner because I met with the realtor. He drove me around by some homes. Oh, there's renters in there. We can't go in. There's renters in there, renters in there, renters in there. Well, there wasn't renters in all of them. He flat out lied because as he showed me the homes, he sent me a list. There's renters in there, but I don't want you disturbing the renters is what they tell you. Okay. So then I found out later that she's hoarding. I knew one of the contractors that had done maintenance for him. Tell me about this package. She's selling it. I got contract on it, but I have to go through and do my due diligence. He said, dude, nobody's living in this one, this one, this one. She hoarded stuff in there. The owner literally kicked the renters out and started hoarding the lady after her husband died. I'm like, oh, I was told they were rented. Well, not this one, this one, this one. So what I did was I got my lawyer and we went back to the realtor. And I'm like, you told me these are rented and there's no rent being collected on these. And we asked for his records and he flat out didn't give them to us. So I had to tell him. I went straight to his office. I called and made sure he was there. The secretary answered, is he here? Yeah, oh yeah, he's here. I said, is he going to be there in the morning, you think? Yeah, I think he's going to be here. I went by the office and I quartered him with the addresses. I said, dude, you told me that these were rented and you're collecting rent on them, so we can't go knock on the door. I can't see the property. I said, you flat out lied to me. I said, the owner doesn't even know you're doing this. You've listed them for 1.2 mil. You know it's not 1.2 mil. And I said, I'm going straight to the owner. I'm not dealing with you at all anymore because you're misrepresenting the owner on this deal. And you're trying to keep rents coming in by overlisting the properties because you know no one will buy at 1.2. They're not worth that. You're trying to keep rent money coming in your pocket. And I said, I'm done with you. I only want to see you or hear from you at the closing table because you're her realtor. Other than that, I'm dealing straight with the owner. And I said, and my lawyer's with me on the deal. So don't try and go say nothing to the owner or anything else. You've misrepresented her. And I said, your license is now on the line. And I said, we may go to the bar with this for what you're doing to the owner by trying to keep rent income. I mean, I just laid it out. My lawyer told me what to tell him. I told him a lot more than that, but my lawyer's the one that said, he typed me up a letter. He said, this is what I want you to tell him, word for word. So he was out. We didn't hear from him. We didn't talk to him. I went straight to the owner. So she had keys to the four that were hoarded up with junk because she was the one putting stuff in. And then her grandson lived behind her. Her daughter lived around the corner, so I had access to those. She just called up her daughter, said, hey, this guy's coming over to walk your house. He'll be there on Friday. He's the one looking at buying. Same with the grandson. So we got it done, but it didn't start off the greatest. But I love package deals. And that's the thing. Nobody's here. We just hit noon. Nobody's buying the pack. You have less competition on that. Oh yeah. And he come back at me for, I had one of his lock boxes. So I had one of Jim's lock boxes, and it wasn't the whole lock box either. For some reason, I ended up with the top of the lock box that comes off with the keypad. He had the other part. Oh, he left me a message and he sent me an email wanting that lock. I said, dude, eat the cost. It's a $30 lockbox. I said, I am not making a special trip to your office. I just told him, I said, if I happen by your office, I said, it's in my truck. If I happen by your office, I'll, stop by. But I said, I am not making a trip from Eaton over there. It's a 50-minute drive. It's like, I'm not driving to your office just for, I'd rather him go buy a $30 one and bill me. But yeah, because of all that, it's in the garage. He stopped bugging me for it. But yeah, if I go find a house for sale, it's run down. Robert brings me a couple a year. And he finds one for me. That one I bought last year that was a hoarder house that was absolutely nasty with the coons in the wall and everything. There was only 3 other investors bidding on that. And I knew all 3 of them. And I knew that my price was, one guy walked in and met with the daughter, and she told them all. She told all of us, because she told me I got 3 other people interested. She gave me their names. I said, oh yeah, I know all of them. I really think, and I had already given her a price before she told me this. So I sat in the truck 5 minutes, figured up the price, gave it to her, and she goes, well, you're the highest so far. I said, highest so far? She goes, yeah, I got 3 other people that 2 of them have already given me a price. And I said, you don't need to tell me what the price is. I know my price normally beats out everybody because I try to be fair to the person I'm buying the house from. You're dealing with their family. So you got to treat people right. If not, it comes back to bite you. So I said, but I'm interested to find out what the names are. So, yeah, she gave me the name. One was Jim, and then Sandra's the other one. And I'm like, oh, Sandra. I was like, she probably hit you at like 30 or 40 grand. She's like, no, she was at 50. And I'm like, okay. I said, well, she'll come up. If you tell her that other people have bid, don't give her my name. Because I said, here's what you want to do. Tell her that she's been beat out on a price. I said, she'll come up. I said, but if you tell her that Butch is the one that beat you out, she won't even talk to you again. Because she knows they think I overpay. I said, but I don't think I overpay. I pay people what they deserve. So I said, but they consider overpaying because they try and lowball everybody. So it was funny. It was her. And in the end, she's like, she come up like 75,000, and then she come and told her, well, when I rehabbed this, I was going to put a big $5,000 fridge in there and part of the rehab. This is a big house, 5-bedroom, had 3 baths. We put 4 baths in. It was huge. I ended up, instead of 1 master, I made another. So it ended up with 2 master suites. It was huge. It was like 3,400 square feet. We took a wall out between the family room and kitchen, made that huge open. So she come back after the lady told her no on the 75. Well, when I rehab these, I like to put all new appliances. I had a fridge I was going to put in here for $5,000. It's just a ploy. She didn't have nothing. It's just what she's saying to lie to the homeowner to make it sound good as to how she can offer more. So she's like, I was going to put a $5,000 fridge in, but out at my lake house, I could take that fridge and put in here and just do without a fridge in my lake house for a while till the house sells. So I could take that fridge out. So that would save me $5,000. And I could give you $5,000 more. So it'd be 80. This is literally what Sandra told. And this is one of her techniques. And she gets houses this way. You have to have a reason. You can't just say, "Well, I'm giving you 75,000," and the owner say no, and you immediately go, "Oh, well, I'll give you 80. I'll give you 85. Wait. I'll give you 90." You have to have a reason. And to me, it's just like, well, I'm just going to make less profit. If you want more money, that means less for me. If I'm not willing to take less, I'm not doing the deal. I'm not going to sit there and come up with excuses. Well, if I put a little thinner pile carpet and a little thicker padding to simulate that thicker carpet, I can save 2,000. I can give you 2,000 more. That's what people do. I thought it was completely tacky. She's telling me this story. And I said, that is tacky. She goes, I thought so too. I was like, her telling you that she's got a lake house. You got a family property that your mother hoarded in. You guys haven't even been in since you were younger. And just the state she was in, the state the house is in. And you're already selling it less on the dollar because of the shape it's in. And she's talking about her lake house. You know, I said that is tacky, but I said, that's her. That's the way she is. This year I've only done 2, and they were smaller. I only made 20 on one and 25 on the other. But that's what I'm getting to. So if the house is to where, I don't know if any of you guys invest in real estate or not, but if the house is something that can just be painted and like new floors, new car, that's what a lot of people love. Go in, rip up the carpet, and you're going to put new carpet, tile in the bathrooms, and you're going to put laminate, LVP flooring everywhere, and you're going to paint it and do the kitchen cabinets and vanities and replace the toilets and maybe tubs and showers. That's what the investors love. These are the investors that have never been contractors. So that's the ones they love to buy. When it gets into, mold in the walls, or you're removing walls and doing a bunch of other stuff like that, you got coons living in the walls and attics, and there's mold on the halfway up the drywall, so you have to remove drywall halfway up the walls and treat the studs and everything. A lot of investors back off. So any investor will jump in on one where it's just paint and flooring and stuff. And then once there's more work, the more work there is, the more investors drop off. So your competition drops off. So I look for the ones that are destroyed. I'm typically only competing between 4 and 5 investors, 4 to 6. But the most is typically 4, because the worse they get, the more investors drop off. The least amount of investors will work. Well, I have my own team. So the reason why is because the worse the house gets, the more repair it needs. Well, the more money the investor shells out, because they don't have their own crews. So they have to sub everything out. They have to hire subcontractors. And the subcontractors, of course, the more work, the more money. So they start losing profit. So that's why they drop off. So there was one out here in Eaton. Lady was in Florida. She was selling it for her friend, for sale by owner. Her friend passed away. And so I stopped. I saw the sign, called her. She's like, well, I'm not up there, but I'll have a friend meet you to open it. I said, okay. So I was going in on a Friday. This is, I love these when this happens. So going in on a Friday, as far as I know, it's just me and this lady. That's it. When I get there, she's waiting outside. She's making me wait. Well, I got someone else coming. I don't want to go. I don't want you going in without them. Like, okay. I just thought it was like a son or daughter or something. Oh, no, it wasn't. It was another investor. Two other investors came. Yeah, have a good weekend. So one of the investors that come out, Mark, I saw him drive in. He gets out of his truck shaking his head. And he comes over to me. He waves at the owner, comes over to me, and he goes, well, you're here. I might as well leave. I'm just laughing. He's smiling. He goes, I know you can beat me out on the price because you got your own construction company. But he goes, I'll walk through anyways because I've been talking to the owner and I want her to make, feel good about that there was a couple people walking it. But he's like, I'm not even giving her a price. Because he knew that when we walked it, I could beat him out on anything on price. I just would. I offer more money. And then after we walked in it, once we walked in, started walking, I knew it was too much for him because he has to have his contractor do everything. So he's paying more money than I am on the rehabs. So we're walking through, and as he's walking room to room, it's getting worse and worse. And he's just shaking his head. And I knew right where he was. I'm like, he's not going to bid, and he's going to tell her it's too much for him. And that's what he told her. He said, I can't even give you a price. He goes, this is too much for my contractor to do. He goes, I have an outside contractor that does work for me, and this would be too big of a project, is what he told her. It wasn't too big of a contract for his contractor. It was too big for him because he's going to give up too much profit. So, but once you get to know all the investors in the area, it's funny when you show up. The other was a lady, and she knew me too, and she gave her a price, but it wasn't near what I could give her. But the other is auctions. Auctions are fun. I know I'm telling a lot of stories. Platinum has hit its low again. It's a good follow through. Are you still in platinum? Curious. If you're still holding your runner. I missed my entry there, so I didn't get back in. And I'm done on his account for the day. So Sunday night, I'll be able to pass this one. But this is his PA, so I'm trying to do it slow. And I'm not, guys, I got to teach him to, because he passed his first eval in 3 days. And then he got his first payout on his first PA account in 2 weeks. So I don't want to, he's not over trading and he's doing good. So I don't want to tell him to slow down or anything. So for me, as I'm trading his accounts, he doesn't know what I'm doing in mine. But as I'm trading his accounts, I don't want to do, like the other day, I took his PA account and passed it it was like 2.5 hours. Well, I'm not even telling him. He doesn't even know that I'm on a PA now on that one because he doesn't log into his Apex hardly ever. So just when we, for payouts and stuff. But I didn't tell him that I passed it. I didn't tell him I got the PA, so he has no idea because I didn't want to tell him, oh, I passed one of your new 25K PAs in 2.5 hours. Because I don't want that to become a goal for him at all. So it blew me away that he did the one in 3 days, but he was just trading signals and he wasn't over trading. So he was doing 10 contracts only max and only doing gold. Close out partial, runner, move stop to break even. So a lot of trades you got stopped down on. You're still in? Sweet. So yeah, this auctions, I would normally go to auction, not for me. I don't go to auctions to buy. So what I started going to auctions for years ago, this was to help build up my buyers. So I would go to auctions and I look for realtors buying properties. I'd look for construction companies buying properties. So if I saw someone bidding on multiple properties, just even 2 or more, I wanted to meet that person. And I would go introduce myself, and I would meet that person and say, "Hey, I like buying packages. I see you bid on 2 homes today. Do you often buy houses?" The contractor's going to say, "Oh, I'll buy 1 or 2. I'll have my guys work on them, and then when I sell them, I'll buy 1 or 2 more." Great. Would you mind if I bring you properties? I get package deals where I buy, 5, 10, 20 properties, and then I split them up and sell them off. Because guys like you, I know contractors typically aren't going to buy. I mean, do you ever buy 10 or 20 properties? They're like, "No, I just like to buy 2 at a time." Great. I like to buy 10 at a time or 20. Would you be interested in me sending you a list of the properties when I buy them like that, where I buy 10? Because I part them out. I normally only rehab, and I would tell them, like, if I buy 10, I might only rehab 2 or 4. The others I'll clean up and sell off to someone like you. Oh yeah, I'd love to know. They're more than happy to give you their phone number and stuff. So when I went to auctions, that's what it was to do for me. I had a different strategy. It was not to bid on and buy a house, competing against, 5 contractors and 3 real estate agents. I don't want to get caught up in that. They're just going to keep bidding the price up. Well, when I buy a house, I want to get it as cheap as I can, but be decent to the owner. I don't want to sit there and the price keep going up because 10 other people are bidding on it. So my strategy was to go into the auctions and get names and numbers. So I went out to one in my town, which is Preble County, showed up to the auction. Lady come over to me. She goes, "Oh, crap." I'm like, she goes, "You're here to bid, aren't you? What properties are you bidding on?" I was like, "Sue, I am not here to bid." I said, "There's a couple properties I'm watching for other people, see how high they go. But I said, more than that, I need to build a good buyer's list out here." I already knew the lady. I'd known Sue for 3 years, and I know that she buys in this county only, and she has a rehab team, contractor with a good rehab team, and she does great work. She has awesome ideas when she remodels a home, things I wouldn't even think of, and with different design stuff. She's phenomenal. And I had already known her for about 2 years when I said, "I'm not bidding. I promise I'm not bidding." But that's what happens over time when you get to know people. She's like, "Oh, God." She knew I'd beat her out if I was. So I said, "No, you're out here. I'm not going to bid against you." I said, "Now, if I find a property that's killer for me, I'll come in. But I'll let you know." I said, "I'll text you if I'm going to show up at an auction and bid." And that's happened a couple times. And she was going to bid on the house, but then I ended up buying it. But she just like, "I'm not buying anything else. I won't show up." So that's one less person out. I don't have to outbid. But she actually bought the house behind me, behind the one I'm in right now that we live in. She bought the house behind it. The lady passed away. I knew it was up for sale, but just kind of slacked off on some of that on the construction side specifically. But she bought it, and she texted me and said, "Hey, I bought the house behind you. Are you interested?" I'm like, "How much do I have to pay over what you bought it?" Because with the real estate investors, that's kind of a given. I can see what she bought it at, county records. And so I'm just like, "Okay, how much are you trying to make off me?" And she told me, and I'm like, "No, I'll buy it if you do it at this. I'm not willing to go that high." And then she just went through with the rehab. So what it is you find a house. If you can make money on it, decent amount without rehabbing it, without spending the 30 days to rehab it, going through the headache, then you sell it off to another investor. But if no one's willing to buy it at the price you got, typically they set them too high. Then she just did the rehab. And now it's been fully rehabbed. And it's beautiful inside. But I don't expect anything less. I like how gold almost went to my right shoulder way up there. So now it's around that neckline. It's around the neckline where I drew it, because I ignored those wicks and just put it on that green one. So not really a head and shoulders. Right now it's higher highs and higher lows. So Well, glad you're in platinum. Boy, I'm hoping it pops for you. That's all I can do. I'm not in it, not taking it. I can hope for a run for you. If I were to get in platinum right now, it would be with a pending order below the low, basically waiting for it to pop. That would be how I would have to get in that. I'd wait for the low to break. If I take it now, I'm just taking a chance that, I'm kind of wanting it to pop, just knowing that it's at that previous low. So it might not. It could pop through that, though. And of course, we have our downtrend line from the whole move down, and then we have a support line right there. I'm going to take off this retracement line. So it's getting pinched in there. It's just crawling. Right now it's on its. So, back here it was just standing up, walking big and tall. Then it's crouching down. Now it's crawling. It's crawling. So now we're hitting that time-based phase where it's run out of momentum to go anywhere. So it's going to break the trend line. And it's not because of momentum or movement. It's because it's time-based. We have candles ticking. So every 3-minute candle in here just got closer and closer and closer and closer to that area where it's going to, typically we will see a pop one way or another, but yeah, I got a couple lines I think we added in there. I don't know if you're talking about those or something else. On the 4-hour. I know I got some lines I drew in that are down there. You might have one that you drew a little close. It depends on what you drew off of. Remember, I drove off the inside bottom there and the inside the swings where my two come before that zone. So, there's a couple lines down there on mine that I would expect it, if it pops, to slow down at. All right, I'm going to take a break for a while. I'll leave everything on still. Yeah, for a no, I tell you, for a no news day, platinum's been really good. Had a little slow start up there, and of course I took it long, and I did not get in short, and that's been a nice runner all the way down. So definitely for a no news day, it's been huge. Move down. Actually, no, I got in here, didn't I? Yeah, I got in there where it, I forgot about that. So I did not get any of that move down because I failed to get in there. So when this candle here came down, broke that level of support, pulled back and tested it, red candle, that red candle there is where I got in. I only put 2 on and I closed one partial and then moved my stop. And one I got stopped out on this big green candle right there. So I'd moved my stop down above, this level here and then got stopped out on the pullback. Only for what? Only to keep it going down. The only way, because remember, I got in here. So I got in on that candle there. which is that one. That's the candle I got in on. And my stop was back up here out of the way. Closed one, moved my stop, and got stopped out on that. So looking back right now, the only way I would have been in this move down was if I moved my stop like I did, got stopped out. The only way I'd be in this move down is to re-enter, which I almost did, but didn't. Re-enter. Or if I would have left my stop way up here. That would be the only way. I would have stayed in the original trade, closing out partial, and be up on the runner if I would have left my stop way up here. Because by moving the stop, I got stopped out. So I missed out on this. The only way to not have missed out was to get back in. So I'm out of it. But it's been a good running day on it. Yeah, I don't like trading that with one. So I'm putting on 2 now. There's been times I put 4 on it. And only one time did I put 10 on, and it was like a perfect setup. I have gone to 10 on that. But that's just the one. Normally 4 is my max. And on this small account, I'm only doing 2 on this small one. So I'm going to take a break, take lunch. I'll be back a little bit later.